Nityanam, everyone. Thank you so much, Suniti Prabhanandaya and Suniti Sarvesh Maharaj, for beautifully introducing us into the next segment of today's program, which is the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva. The Balsans, the Nitya and the Yogis, the initiative disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of the third eye and sharing with all of us the experiences as well as the results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers, the Shaktis, which are awakened in us, which are awakened in a being through the power of initiation, Diksha. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye, as well as various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As a part of today's program, we'll be manifesting the powers of third eye, seeing with the eyes blindfolded, as well as the power of scanning the thought currents of another person. The third eye is located in the cosmic browsing center between the brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express the powers and see through the third eye just as you would see with normal two eyes. Let us now understand what are Shaktis. Manifesting powers, Shaktis, are described in the Vedas and in the Agamas as a system, a method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine. You need to manifest divine, and not that you are man, you need to reach the divine. This is the fundamental cognition which separates Hinduism from every other religion. In Hinduism, you are taught you are divine already. You just need to express it, you just need to manifest it. The foundation is that you are already Paramashiva. Your manifest recognizes that you are Paramashiva, even if you have not yet manifested it. Understand? That is why what Paramashiva is revealing through this body, through this system, through this methodology. Any samyama you do on powerful cognitions, only powers will express, only Shaktis will express, not Siddhis. These are the direct words from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this science of power manifestation. So we discussed a little bit about what Shaktis and Siddhis are. When you manifest these powers and cognitions, when you perform any samyama on the powerful cognitions, you manifest only Shaktis. We do not manifest Siddhis. Let's fundamentally understand the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis are powers that express from the state of enlightenment, from the space of enlightenment itself. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, and they manifest as a side effect of high feeling connection and integrity with the Guru. Whereas Siddhis manifest on the power of your own tapas and happen on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from your path of enlightenment. Paramashiva is the source of Shakti. He is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause. It's a self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging in time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs Panchakrityas, the five cosmic actions of Srishti, which is creation, Sthiti, which is sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Bhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, which is the liberating grace for all the living beings. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Parameshwaram, is the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, as well as the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle for enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences to be gifted to the world. It is where the science of enlightenment, powers, Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is bringing this science of power manifestation, these yogic sciences, and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace which has never been accomplished before. The science of power manifestation, which is laid down in our Vedas, in our Agamas, is being kept available to us only because of the Guru Parampara, the Guru Shishya Sampradaya. And it is because of the Guru Parampara, these knowledge repositories are available to us. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the initiation, Diksha by the enlightened Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation from a very young age, was trained and taught the sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions and billions to manifest powers and Shaktis from the various disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Shri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic Sciences, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, Science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into our consciousness, Prajna, manifests as the possibility and power of every being, Prajnana. Here we have a small video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expands on this science of Diksha. This video beautifully explains what is Diksha all about and how we can experience the full benefit of Diksha.
Is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look
or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nityananda Dhyanapitham, Nityananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 974.
Beautifully, the science of initiation, science of Diksha is told, and now we understand the full benefits of where and all Diksha can help us in our lives and how we can receive the full benefit of it. Now let's come to the next part of understanding the science of power manifestation and how it is authenticated by the four aspects of evidences, otherwise known as pramanas. The first we have is the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scripture of Hinduism. The Apta Pramana are the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities on Hinduism, such as the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science, as well as our Puranas and Itihasas. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal experience of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, where in his own personal life, he has experienced these Shaktis and powers and have time tested and verified the science. And last, we have the Pratiksha Pramana, which are derived from the empirical evidences and observations from scientific experimentations. The Veda Agamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded upon. Vedas and Agamas, the Veda Agamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truth. A reference cited from the Shastras, the source scriptures, is called the Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of this power of third eye. Here we have the Shastra Pramana, a scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dardyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind in inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source. Here you have the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Natu mam shakyase drishtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita contains the description of Bhagavan Sri Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, which is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye. And here you have the Atma Pramana, by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, shares in his own words the first experience of third eye awakening which he had in his life at the tender age of 12, of 10. In Swamiji's own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degrees, 10 directions below me, everything. Not only I realized I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. And here you have the Pratiksha Pramana, which are the empirical evidences of observations and scientific experimentations. Study measures and compares the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative open up third eye states using positron emission tomography, otherwise known as PET. When performing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in deep samadhi state, when the third eye region is active in almost 90% of the brain is at peace. Here we have the Sakshi Pramana, which are experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. In this rare and sacred science of third eye awakening, is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, who, as the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, embodies the most profound yogic states and powers that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure and great science of third eye awakening, along with many other spiritual sciences, through the Diksha, which is the initiation, where millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday lives. With this now, get ready to witness the extraordinary power manifestation demonstration of the third eye with the Balsams and with the Nityananda Yogis. Joining us here today for this power manifestation segment, we have with us Sri Shivashankarananda Maharaj, who is an extraordinary power manifester and who is a Balsam here in the Nityananda Rajvidya Gurukul. Nityananda Maharaj.
Nityananda, my name is Sri Shivashankarananda. I am a Balasant of Nityananda Gurukul and I've been in the Gurukul for the past 8 years. Thank you, Maharaj, for today having me in this segment of Power Manifestation session, where we're going to look and demonstrate and experience this Power Manifestation science of the power of third eye, which is reading with your eyes completely blindfolded. So before entering into today's segment, a brief introduction. What is third eye and how Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, brought this into existence and how we are able to manifest this power. Swamiji very beautifully says in the Vedas and Agamas, Paramashiva says that this power of reading with your eyes completely blindfolded has been existing thousands of years ago due to the invasions and due to the Hinduism which is being lost, which is being destroyed. Swamiji, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva, reviving the whole science of this power manifestation, manifesting the space and powers of Paramashiva, and you live yourself as a God, as Paramashiva himself. So as a Balasant and as a disciples of Swamiji, we are able to manifest the power just through the initiation, which is a Diksha, as it has been explained earlier by Maharaj on the video. And now, as a Sakshi Pramana, means the evidence that Swamiji has experienced the power of third eye, and we are able to demonstrate this to all of you to make an experience that this glimpse of power manifestation is real, and we also can manifest this power. So what we are going to do today, so this is the mindfold which you can see. This mindfold, the blindfold which I'm having in my hands, is completely tested by the ophthalmologist, and it has proven that there is no visibility of light which can be seen through this mindfold. So in the front, this mindfold is made out of the thick acrylic sheet in the black in color, as you can see. The behind is the foam which is there, and you can see the adjustable strap where you can adjust it accordingly, tighten it up or loosen it when you wear this mindfold. So as I'm going to be wearing this mindfold and blindfolding myself and then manifesting this power of third eye. So today's manifestation, as we have been demonstrating for the past many days, that how to read with your eyes blindfolded, identify colors, pictures, and do many more things. How we do with our both eyes, the same way we can perform it with our eyes completely blindfolded just through oneness with Swamiji. So you can see on the other side of the camera, there are a set of 25 collections of Swamiji's pictures. Swamiji in different forms. Many of us have seen Swamiji in the bhava of Kalabhairava, in the bhava of Venkateshwara, in the bhava of Subramanya, in the bhava of Devi herself, who is coming every day, in the bhava of Mariamma, in the bhava of Krishna, many forms. And some of us may like to see Swamiji wearing blue dress, red dress, and presenting himself in a colorful way. As some of us like to see him wearing the sannyas dress and more. So there are a set of 25 different pictures of Swamiji presenting himself in a different form. And what is going to happen now is I'm going to blindfold myself. There are a set of numbers which is written behind each of the Swamiji's picture. So as we are being watched from the YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and Kailasa's TV, and the two-way conferencing on Zoom and any of the social media platforms. So you can leave a comment to choose one number from 1 to 25. Exactly number 1 to 25. You can choose a number and I'll be taking out that exact number. For example, if you're choosing the number 5, I'll be picking up the number 5, identifying and seeing how Swamiji looks in that picture and describing in detail to all of you the way how Swamiji is dressed, whether he's having something in the hand, how the background looks, is he wearing a crown, turban, whatsoever it is. So to the precise detail to telling how Swamiji is looking, that's going to be today's manifestation of third eye. So now let us all connect ourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Remembering in our third eye, requesting Swamiji's grace and blessings to manifest these extraordinary powers, to manifest this blindfolded reading.
Yes, thank you so much, Shivshankara Maharaj. You can actually go ahead and ask the volunteer to tie your eye band. Yes. And so as we get ready to see the power manifestation demonstration by Shivshankara Maharaj, you can actually, all of you can go ahead and post whatever photos you want Shivshankara Maharaj to describe. You can go ahead and post it in the YouTube comment section, in the live stream of the YouTube video, which many of you may already be watching. Just go to the comment section of today's YouTube live stream and go ahead and post whatever photo you want Shivshankara Maharaj to read out from. And I think we already have a couple of participants who have started going ahead and posting the page number, posting the photo number from which they want Shivshankara Maharaj to read and read out, describe from. And another thing which we can do as we get ready to witness the third eye demonstration is connect to Swamiji within our own third eyes as well. Earlier in today's segment, we understood a little bit more about the science of third eye awakening and the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the science of mirroring neurons. Even though we ourselves are not performing the act, just by seeing another person who's performing the action, the same neuron activity can be mirrored inside of us. The same neuron activity can be mirrored in our brains as well. And so as we all get ready to see the power manifestation demonstration by Shivshankara Maharaj, not only is he going to be connecting with Swamiji and manifesting this power, the same mirroring neuron, the same brain activity of him connecting with Swamiji will happen in us as well, allowing us, helping us, enabling us to experience the same power of seeing with the eyes blindfolded. So we can all go ahead and bring our awareness to our own third eyes. Remember Swamiji in our third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Om Nityananda Paramashivo. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Maharaj, we can go ahead.
So the first number which we have today is 25. We have more than one person asking us to read out from the 25 number. Yes, Maharaj, you can go ahead and start describing the number.
As you can see, behind the photo is the page number 25. And in the front, Swamiji, he's sitting. He's having a mic, which is the wireless. He's sitting, smiling. He's wearing a brown color dress. Behind there's a red screen. Here the white. He's sitting closely in a small chair. His one of his leg is down here. One of his leg is up, and his hand over here. He's wearing a the mala, like Kotu mala, which many Rudrakshas there on that. Yes, that's the brief description of this photo.
Yes, thank you so much, Maharaj Shivshankar Maharaj, having identified the photo correctly, as well as describing Swamiji, how Swamiji is in the photo. Thank you so much, Maharaj. I think the next number which we have is number 20 by Lakshmi Pan, asking us to read out from the photo 20. Yes, Shivshankar Maharaj has identified photo number 20. You can go ahead, Maharaj, flip it over and describe Swamiji for us.
So, in this photo, Swamiji is wearing a color dress. Looks like yellow and orange, both mixed together. He's wearing a turban, which has the frill, a type of, which is in red in color. And there's a jewel on top. There's a simhasan in behind. He's wearing a flower garland. He's sitting. The flower garland looks like red, most of it. And there's a yellow, golden. There's a red cushion behind. And the turban is huge. Yes.
Yes, beautifully, Shivshankar Maharaj has described the second photo as well, photo number 20. And the last photo which we have for today from Ek Nitya is asking us to read out from photo number 23. Yes, Shivshankar Maharaj has identified photo number 23. Yes, Maharaj, please go ahead.
So in this photo, Swamiji, the behind is fully white. He's sitting on an orange sofa. He looks plain. His jata is not tight. It's completely loose, and one of his hand is on the chin, and the other hand is down. He's wearing a sannyas dress. That's all the photo looks like.
Yes, again, beautifully, Shivshankar Maharaj has described the third photo for today, which Swamiji is sitting simply on a cushion in the middle of a satsang. Thank you so much, Shivshankar Maharaj, for beautifully demonstrating the power of third eye, seeing with the eyes blindfolded. Thank you so much, Maharaj. And we request everyone to continue to be stay tuned to us as we have a short break now. And after this break, we're going to be entering and understanding who is Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, and how can we benefit from the Akashic readings. Thank you so much for joining us here today for the power manifestation demonstration. And please stay tuned after the break.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Yes. Thank you for joining us back. As we enter into the next segment of today's program, which is understanding about the Akashic records. What are the Akashic records? And how can we benefit from having the Akashic records being read out to us? The Akashic records are created in time and space. They manifest, they exist in time, and it is recorded there as a file. Understand, nothing can be destroyed. None of your actions, your thoughts, your words, your emotions, none of them can be destroyed. The Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything happened, happening, and yet to happen. The Akashic records are the verbal, visual, five-dimensional document. Whatever is happening is continuously being recorded. Please understand, all the information you collected from all of your births exists in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not waste time performing the same actions again and again. It is not predictions. It is reading from the cosmic archives. Understand, there's no such thing as past, present, and future in the Akashic records. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. The dimension of time starts the past, the present, and the future. But in the Akashic records, there is no past, no present, and no future. That is why what you call as happening, happened, and need to happen are all clearly already recorded. In Swamiji's own words, he describes the Akashic readings. He says very beautifully, nobody has the right to comment on these readings. Nobody has the right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has the right to interpret or comment on these readings. They are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, they do not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally, the negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle in your inner space and make you live enlightenment. Only an avatar can decode the Akashic readings. As the avatar of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan in the form of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to questions to the yearning of seekers as solutions, breakthroughs, and liberating humanity from pain and suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for the receiver. Here we have the Shastra Pramana, which is the scriptural reference to manifest the power of Akashic reading. This is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, 61st Dharana, 84th Sutra. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantara stabhatma tatchanad devi bhairavam vapurapnuyat. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one's gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space. Here we have some Sakshi Pramanas. which are the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you can see we have a few screenshots and snippets from various social media posts from various devotees across the globe, where thousands of initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have successfully manifested the power of remote vision after having the initiation. Here you have the Apta Pramana, which is the reference of the Akashic reading from our Puranas and Itihasas. In the Hindu Purana Mahabharata, there narrates the story of the great sage Maitreya, who reveals to Vidura the secrets of his birth in human form and the reasons for all his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but was in fact the incarnation of Yamaraja, the Lord of Death. He was to play the part of a so-called Shudra for 100 years by being cursed by Manduka Muni. And here we have the Atma Pramana, which is the personal account from the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he himself have time tested and authenticated the science. In the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words, the reading of the Akashic records is just opening the screen and it will appear. Originally, the Akashic records appear in Sanskrit and then get translated into English. That is why, being the process of seer, seeing the scene and cognizing. It is why most of the English words which are used, those same words are getting repeated in the Akashic records, because the seer, being the process of seeing, is translating the scene. Because the seer is the person who is talking to you regularly in English, he uses the same words to cognize and translate the scene, being the process of seeing itself. Let's understand some of the benefits which can happen from having the Akashic records being read out to us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully says, all the information you collected from all of your births is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time performing the same actions again and again. Accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, as well as bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown sufferings, leading you to experience enlightenment, to experience the space of Paramashivoham. Only an avatar can alter the Akashic records. While many of the Balsans have been initiated to view the Akashic records, only an avatar can alter, edit, and upgrade, change the Akashic records. Being the darshan and diksha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji blesses us and upgrades the Akashic records as per the request of the devotee. So what can you ask? What can you expect in an Akashic reading? You can expect and answers for the most accurate and unbiased answer to any questions about your life, destiny, and purpose in everyday parts of your life. You can be spiritually and emotionally healed, physical and emotional problems with just a look or a word. You can understand the reasons behind your life's happenings, as well as receive the blessings to fulfill your right desires and have the clarity to redesign your future. Now that we have understood about the Akashic records and how we can benefit from the Akashic readings, let us understand now about Devi Parashakti. Who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her grace? What is the divine feminine consciousness? Here we have the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. The Dhyana Shloka describes Devi Parashakti in her full glory and a special way of blessing her devotees. The Dhyana Shlokam goes, Shiva Shaktya Yukto Yadi Bhavati Shaktya Prabhavitum Nache Devam Devo Nakashala Spanditumapi Atasvamaradya Harihara Viranjadi Bhirapi Pranantum Stotum Va Attamakrita Punya Prabhavati. Lord Shiva only becomes able to do creation in this world along with Shakti. Without her, even an inch she cannot move. And so how can one who does not do good deeds or who does not sing your praise become adequate to worship you? O Goddess mine, who is worshipped by the Trinity. Bhavanitvam dase mai vitara drishtim shakarunam etistotum vanchan bhadayati bhavanitvam ya tadaivatvam tasmai visasi nija sayujya padavim Mukunda Brahmendra Sputa Makuta Nirajiti Padamam. If anyone has a wish in his mind to pray, you, Bhavani, my mother, please shower on me a part of your merciful look. Before he says, you, Bhavani, you, my goddess, would give to him the water falling from the crowns of Rudra, Brahma, and Vishnu at your feet and grant him the eternal life in your world. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. All great things can start only with the mother. Bhuvaneshwari is a cosmic mother, a cosmic womb, from which billions and billions of universes come in and go out. The source where the big bangs and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source of all of us. We all came from Parashakti, stay in Parashakti, and go back to Parashakti. Listen very carefully. We're all literally in the waves of the ocean called Parashakti. Parashakti is the source, source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us even now reside in which all of us are going to merge back into. It is like a wave starting from the ocean. It stays in the ocean, rises in the ocean, and falls back into the ocean. We all start from Parashakti, stay in Parashakti, raise in Parashakti, drop back and merge into Parashakti. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine, the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the Lord of the Supreme Consciousness. Parashakti is the embodiment of Tyaga. The divine feminine consciousness is unique and special only to Hinduism. The unique contribution of the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is the sacred feminine worship. Even if everything from what the Vedic tradition offered to the world, even if everything is lost for some reason, if just the sacred feminine tradition is there, the whole thing can be revived back because this is the seed. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas or subsects. And if all of these sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya of Devi worship remains, the whole thing can be brought back because the whole thing is centered on this one, the mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. The sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on this planet Earth without worshipping sacred feminine, including myself, Swamiji. I am basically a Shakta. I myself follow Devi worship. From the beginning, you see my biography, and all the deities I had carved, the darshans I have had, they have all been mother-based, they have all been Devi-based. These are the direct words from the Supreme Founder of Hinduism on the 17th of September 2010, where he reveals to this world the speciality and the blessing of Devi worship in Hinduism. There's a beautifully example given by Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar. Beautifully he narrates, Shiva is Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully he describes the scene. Even though the husband is the owner, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of the mother or the small sons of the mother. Only they can touch that place and get the key. Nobody else can. So either surrender it to the mother or surrender it to the people who are close to the mother who can reach. Now that we have understood what are the Akashic readings, who is Devi Parashakti, and as well have seen the extraordinary power manifestation demonstration, we're now going to be entering into this next segment of the various revelations, the Akashic readings, which Devi Parashakti has revealed to the world. Please stay tuned as you get ready and enter into this next segment of the Akashic reading which Devi Parashakti has revealed to this world after a short break. Thank you for joining us for this segment. Dhyandam.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
So, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam. So now we welcome you back to the show. We will be discussing about various Akashic readings, and we will also be looking at the broad translations of these readings, and we'll be seeing the state of the world today, and we'll be discussing the Akashic reading in context of the ongoing news around the world.
So, we will start with a video where Devi Parashakti on 1st June 2021, in that Parashakti Akashic reading, has revealed about Malaysia. What is the revelation? What are the revelation? Let us listen to that first, and then we will be entering into its mapping the Devi's word into English, and then we will be looking at the news articles and moving on with the segment. So let us all listen to what Devi revealed on the 1st of June 2021.
நீ முடிவெடுத்தால் அதை செய்திடும் நேர்மையும் சக்தியும் உனக்குண்டு. தப்பியோடு தப்பித்துக் கொள்வாய். நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை மகளே. வரப்போகும் பெரும் ஊழிப் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மலேசிய நாட்டை காத்திட இருமுறை நான் கட்டிய கப்பலையும் கொள்ளைக்காரர்கள் கொண்டு போன போது மலேசிய பக்தர்கள் சும்மா இருந்தீர்கள். நான் கட்டிய கப்பல் எனக்கல்ல உங்களை காக்க என்பதை புரியாது திருடர்கள் இருமுறை அதை கொள்ளை கொண்டு போன போதும் அது என் சொத்து என்று நினைந்து உங்கள் சொத்து என்று மதிக்காமல் சும்மா இருந்ததனால் இப்பொழுது வரும் துக்கத்தை தனியாய் வருத்தத்தோடு அனுபவிக்கின்றீர்கள். நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். மனைதோறும் மரண ஓலம் கேட்கும் கொடுமையை மலேசியா காணப்போகிறது. கொரோனா கொள்ளை நோய் மலைநாட்டை கொண்டு போகும் கொடுமையை பார்க்கப் போகிறீர்கள். உயிர் காக்க வேண்டும் என்று நினைப்பவர்கள், உயிரை காத்துக்கொள்ள நினைப்பவர்கள் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. நான் செய்திருந்த ஞான கப்பல் மலேசியாவில் மலர்ந்திருக்குமானால் இன்று ஆதி கையிலையைப் போல் அங்கும் உங்களையெல்லாம் காத்திருப்பேன். கட்டிய கப்பலை திருடி கொள்ளை கொண்டு போன போது கவலையில்லாமல் இருந்தீர்கள். இப்பொழுது பார்ப்பீர்கள் மனைதோறும் மரண ஓலம் கேட்பதை. யார் தடுக்க முடியும்? அவரவர் கர்மம் அவரவர்க்கானது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Nityanandam.
Nityanandam. Now we'll be looking at the broad translations. Escape and go to Adi Kailasha. If you decide you have integrity and Shakti to escape, you will escape. I am protecting Malaysia. 2 times I built the ship. When looters took and went, people of Malaysia kept quiet. When thieves looted 2 times, you didn't realize it as your property, thinking it was my property. Malaysia is going to see Corona pandemic. You are going to see it taking people of Malaysia. Run to Adi Kailasha, the enlightenment ship. If it would have blossomed in Malaysia, I would have protected all of you there like Adi Kailasha. in every house, you will hear the cry of death. What to do? This is their karma.
So, Devi Parashakti in the Akashic reading has revealed that through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, she has created Kailasa ecosystem twice in Malaysia.
And Devi is revealing that if we have the integrity, if we have the sincerity, we also get the Shakti, which is we get the possibility of doing the task which we want to do, which is what Devi is asking us to do, what Devi is revealing us to do. Further, she says that in context of Malaysia, that all the Malaysians who are praying for protection, who are praying to Parashakti, need to come to Adi Kailasha to save themselves.
Why? Because the Kailasa ecosystem in Malaysia was robbed and destroyed twice. And the people who were entrusted to keep it safe, to make it flourish, failed to do so. So now there is no Kailasa ecosystem like Adi Kailasha or the other Adinams in India, which can hold the people in multi-layer quarantine. We do have our Adinams there, but they are not as big as what is needed to keep the people safe during this period where the multi-layer quarantine is needed. That's why the people are asked by Devi Parashakti, whoever wants to save themselves, come to Adi Kailasa. So taking this opportunity, I want to call all of you to sign up for coming to Adi Kailasa or any of the Adinams. You can sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. Please sign up and you can come to any of the Adinams that are open for the public to come and save themselves during this pandemic.
Devi is also revealing that people did not protect it, as we have been sharing. People did not protect it, thinking that it is Swamiji's and not their own. Now here we see the mismatch in understanding what it means to be owner and what it means to be responsible. We are responsible and we are supposed to take care of the enlightenment ecosystem which Swamiji has created for us as the owner of these ecosystems. But the only difference is, like in capitalism, when we own something, it is an exclusive ownership. We don't share it. But in a responsibility system like Hinduism, we own it and we share it also. In a communist system, we share it, but nobody owns it. That is why it gets destroyed.
So, Tyaktena Bhunjitaha, that even when enjoying it, you do it with sharing. That is the essence of Hinduism, that even when you are enjoying something, you enjoy it with the idea that it belongs to everyone. So you keep it safe for everyone also. You do not just destroy it because you had it, now nobody should have it. No.
So it is a sharing with non-possession. It is an ownership with non-possession.
Yes. And also Devi said that in every house, you will hear the cry of death. What to do? This is their karma. Why Devi is saying so? Because the people failed to save the enlightenment ecosystem. So how Swamiji was establishing Kailasa in Malaysia, we can see these are the pictures from January 2004, 18th January 2004. Swamiji was only 26 year old.
26, yes.
Only 26-year-old at that time. Actually, Swamiji did the first Vijay Yatra in 2003. And at that time also, Swamiji has gone to Malaysia. And regularly after that, Swamiji was visiting Malaysia from time to time. Swamiji was working on Malaysia as much as he was working in establishing the Kailasa in India. We will go into the pictures and we will see that at many times in many years continuously, Swamiji was visiting Malaysia and trying to establish Kailasa there. In this picture, it is said Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramshivam, visited Malaysia in January 2004 and conducted a series of satsangs at various temples across Malaysia and Anand Sfurna meditation program and Healers Initiation program during the weekend. During his visit, Swamiji also visited the Ramakrishna Mutt in Malaysia. So you can see Swamiji landing in Malaysia. And you can see Swamiji giving his satsang in Ramakrishna Mutt. You can see the statue of Ramakrishna.
Marble deity of Bhagwan Ramakrishna.
And Vivekananda and Sarada Devi, everyone was there, and Swamiji giving his discourses there. And he is being honorably received at the Ramakrishna Mutt, Malaysia. Also, Swamiji was giving his satsangs in there. Swamiji was very actively working to establish Kailasa in Malaysia. So all of these pictures you can see as far back as 2004 itself. Swamiji, when he was only 26 years old, and the international community was just happening, international Sangha was just happening, Malaysia was one of the countries which was, prime target where Swamiji was always going. USA, Malaysia, and India was the main three countries where Swamiji was working tirelessly. So in 2004, you can see Swamiji was there. Also, Swamiji went back in 2005. So every year, Swamiji was visiting there. Swamiji gave a series of talks during his visit to Malaysia in 2005. Below, you can see, after this, you can see some pictures of Swamiji giving a talk at Kuala Lumpur Infrastructure University College. After the discourse, Swamiji met individually with each person and gave healing and blessings. So you can see in Kuala Lumpur's Infrastructure University, Swamiji is giving his discourse. It's 2005, when Swamiji was only 27 years old. When a common boy who is like 25, 26 year old is struggling to get a job, Swamiji was creating empires. Swamiji was creating adhinams. So this is what makes you can see the huge difference. While people are suffering from anxiety, from teenage problems, from relationship, all the things which a common household person goes through, wants to establish himself. Swamiji already established himself and was creating empires and kailasas for others also to enjoy. So this is the achievement of an avatar. You can see the hall, such hall was full. Swamiji was giving individual darshans to everyone. You can see the initiations given by Swamiji. Then again, in the year
2006, Swamiji again went to Malaysia, and it was covered by various Tamil newspapers of Malaysia.
In the same year, in 19th August also. So you can see the Swamiji's different movements was being tracked by the Malaysian newspapers, and they were publishing it very prolifically.
The same newspapers covering Swamiji in the October month. So we see in August, we see in October, Swamiji was regularly visiting Malaysia months after months.
And Swamiji's all movements was reported, and this means that the impact Swamiji had on Malaysia was such that all his satsangs, all his discourses about Malaysia were getting published in news articles. Also, you can see again in 2008, in 30th August 2008, Swamiji again went to Malaysia, where Swamiji is receiving the Pad Puja at Kailasa in Malaysia. You can see Swamiji, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on a tour of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
You can see Swamiji near the Batu Caves, the famous Batu Caves in Malaysia.
So all these things Swamiji was doing, and Swamiji was working very hard to establish the Kailasa there. For continuously many years, Swamiji kept going there and working to establish Kailasa. And actually, Swamiji succeeded. Swamiji established Kailasa twice. But the anti-Hindu elements and the ecosystem that destroyed the Kailasa twice. And unfortunately, the people who were entrusted to keep it safe, to keep it as available to everyone, they failed to do so, thinking that it is the property of Swamiji and not their responsibility to keep safe. Because of that, the ecosystem was lost. And now, when in this pandemic, everyone is dying and people need multi-layer quarantine, there is no ecosystem available in Malaysia where people can go and keep themselves safe. That's why Swamiji has opened the doors of Adi Kailasa to anyone in Malaysia who wants to save their life. Please register at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care, and you can avail the opportunities given at Adi Kailasa to save yourself during this pandemic. It is our humble request that please go ahead and sign up at tinyurl.com/Kailasa Care. Now we will be entering into the news articles which give in detail what Devi is saying is already becoming a truth. So Devi said that the people will see that Corona is taking people in Malaysia. The people's death in large numbers is predicted and declared by Devi Parashakti. So let us see how it is happening there.
We read in the news, Malaysia struggling to contain sharp rise in COVID cases, country to enter near total lockdown after record daily cases for 5 consecutive days. Malaysia's intensive care units are struggling to cope with the sharp rise in COVID cases. The Health Director General has warned as the country prepares to enter a near total lockdown from Tuesday. Malaysia managed to avoid the worst of the pandemic last year, but has struggled to contain a recent outbreak that has been driven by more infectious variants of the virus and exacerbated by gathering ahead of Eid. This month alone, more than 1,200 deaths have been recorded compared with 471 during the whole of 2020. Last week, Malaysia reported record daily cases for 5 consecutive days and announced its highest daily rise since the start of the pandemic on Saturday, when nearly 9,000 new infections were reported.
So we will be entering into more details about the pandemic happening in Malaysia and other parts of the world after this short break. So we will be entering into the more details about the COVID pandemic after the short break. Please stay tuned. We will be back with more revelations from Devi Parashakti.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifest. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, They manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nityanandam.
Now we will be entering into the latest Parashakti Akashic reading of 2nd June 2021, when Devi Parashakti has, in reply to one of the questions, has given the reason why the Hinduism is under attack for past many centuries, almost a millennium. So we will be entering into that, and then we will be going into the broad mapping of Devi's words into English. So let us watch what Devi has said to the question put up to Devi Parashakti, that why Hinduism is under attack continuously. So let us listen to the Akashic reading now.
ஏன் இந்து மதம் தொடர்ந்து தாக்கப்படுகிறது என்று கேட்கின்றாய் மூடனே. தன்மீதே தனக்கு மரியாதை இல்லாது, தன் தர்மத்தை பற்றிய அறிவும் இல்லாது, தன் தர்மத்தை தான் காப்பதன் மூலமாகவே தான் உலகில் காக்கப்படுவோம் எனும் தெளிவும் இல்லாது, தன்னையே இழந்து நிற்கும் உங்களுக்கு வேறு என்னதான் இந்த மாயை கொடுக்க முடியும்? உங்களை உயிர்ப்பிக்க, உங்களுக்கு அறிவுறுத்த இந்த மாயைக்கு வேறு ஒரு வழியும் இல்லாததனால் உதைத்தும் அடித்தும் துவைத்துமே திருத்துவதென்று முடிவோடு இறங்கியிருக்கின்றாள். விழித்துக் கொண்டோரெல்லாம் பிழைத்துக் கொண்டோர், குருபதம் சேர்ந்தோரெல்லாம் உருபதம் சேருவோர். குருபதம் சென்றிடு, சிவபதம் பெற்றிடு. ஓம்.
So now we will be entering into the broad mapping of the Parashakti Akashic reading into English language. Yes.
You are asking why Hinduism is being attacked continuously. Fool, without respect for oneself, without any sense of your dharma, with no clarity that if you protect dharma, dharma will protect you. You are standing, losing yourself. What else can Maya do? No other way for Maya to align you. So she has entered the field determined to beat you and align. Those who awaken have saved themselves. Those who reach Guru's feet will receive Paramashiva's feet. Reach Guru's feet and receive Paramashiva's feet.
So in this video, Devi has revealed that how the Hindus can save their life. That is, only the way is to receive to receive Paramshiva's feet, one has to reach Guru's feet.
So the particular reading is answering to the question which we see, and also the ideas which we do not see on the surface. We think that Hinduism is being attacked, but what is really Hinduism? Hinduism is dharma. It is the Guru's feet. It is Paramashiva's feet. If we want Hinduism in our life, we need to catch Guru's feet and we reach Paramashiva's feet. If we want to protect Hinduism, we need to surrender to the Guru's feet and we automatically reach Paramashiva's feet. We don't understand that protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not with some fight or with some sword. It is by living it. Only by living, Hinduism can be protected. Only by living the principles, Hinduism can be protected. And when we live these principles protect us, give us the corresponding benefits. And that is our Hindu life. That is the experience of a Hindu life.
Yes. So now we will be moving into the 1st June Parashakti Akashic reading, in which Devi has revealed about the purpose of Hindu birth. So let us listen to what Devi has spoken on that day, and then we will enter into its broad mapping in English language.
சொல்வதை நன்றாய் கேள்மகளே, நித்யானந்தனோடு இருந்து இப்பிரளய பெரும் ஊழியில் இருந்து பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கும் உடன்மாலுமியாய் கையிலாயத்திருந்து வந்த ஜீவன்களும் இந்த பிரளய பெரும் ஊழி கொடுமைக்கு காரணமாய் ஆனீர்கள். செய்ய வேண்டிய திருப்பணியை மறந்து வந்த வேலை சொந்த வேலை எந்த வேலையோ அந்த வேலை தன்னை விட்டு வேறெந்த வேலையோ பார்க்கச் சென்ற உனைப் போன்ற கைலாசவாசிகளும் நடக்கும் பெரும் ஊழி கூத்து நாடகத்திற்கு காரணமாய் ஆனீர்கள். சொன்னதை 3 நாட்கள் சிந்தித்திடு. கனவிலும் நனவிலும் உணர்விலும் சத்தியத்தை காட்டுகின்றேன். கண்டபின் மீண்டு வா, பிராயஷ்சித்தமும் பரிகாரமும் அளிக்கின்றேன். போய் வா புண்ணியவதி, போய் வா. ஓம்.
Listen carefully to what is being said. Daughter, you are one of the beings who came down from Kailasha to be a co-sailor. A co-sailor for this is being referred to, the Kailasha ecosystem is being referred to Noah's Ark or Manu's boat. And the devotee is being referred to as a co-sailor in this boat, which is going to sail us through the deluge. You have come down from Kailasha to be a co-sailor and serve the world to protect it from the terrible corona. You forgot the purpose of coming and diverted into another life. Such beings as you who came from Kailasha are also the reason for this terrible pralaya. like you and other such beings who came from Kailasha have become the reason for this great drama. Forgetting the divine seva you need to do and leaving the work you are meant to do, you are doing some other work. For 3 days, think about what I told. I will make you realize it in your dream, waking state, and consciousness. I will show you the truth. Once you see it, I will give prize, chitta, and parihara. Go and come, O virtuous one.
So in this video, we have seen, in reply to one of the questions by a female devotee, Devi Parashakti revealed that she is one of the people who came down during this time to be a co-sailor of this pralaya, to save the humanity from destruction. The Kailasa ecosystem, the enlightenment ship, which was being built by the Param Shiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Param Shiva. All these beings came down on planet Earth to help and be a part of this mission. But some of the people, they forgot it and they got involved in other activities of life. Because of them, because of their forgetting their purpose of life, what the situation is created is also one of the reasons for this pralaya, this deluge, this COVID-19 pandemic happening. So Devi is asking everyone who think that they have come down. This is particularly in regards to the person who asked this question, that please, you have to contemplate for 3 days what Devi has said. And after that, Devi will reveal it in the dream state, waking state, and consciousness. So Devi has, with her compassion, not only told the purpose, but also is giving the opportunity for the person to realize it by her own self.
And please understand, the Nadi reading of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that 70 million people will come before his birth, 70 million people along with him during his birth, and 70 million people after his birth. All these 210 million people or 21 crore people will come as a part of the mission which Swamiji has taken birth to fulfill.
So now, in the next video, we are going to enter into the deeper details of how those people who chose to come, what was the reason for their birth, what was their responsibility, what was their commitment, everything Devi has revealed in details. So let us listen to Devi, what she is revealing about the sacred secret of Hindu birth.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம், மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் ஏது? ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Now we will go through the translation of the Akashic reading in English. Listen. Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam. Like this in 4 types of birth in 8.4 million yonis in all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is human birth. Here, Andajam means birth through eggs, like many of the creatures on the planet. Yonijam is how the mammals take birth through yoni. Jalajam refers to the animals who take birth, the beings who take birth in the sea, in the water. Bijam are the beings who take birth
From
through seeds. Like this, in 4 types of birth, basically 4 categories, as we just saw, 4 types of birth, in 8.4 million categories of beings, yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is human birth. Even in that human birth, so we understand human birth is the ultimate, but even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama.
So after taking birth in all these 8.4 million yonis in the species, you have taken birth in the human body. Even after taking birth in the human body, we have gone to multiple times, multiple things, like we went for the pursuit of luxury in dharma, in artha and kama. Dharma means the righteous acts, artha means for luxuries, money, wealth, and kama means for we went behind desires. So kama means desires, it involves arts, it involves the pleasures, all the things. So we have gone in the pursuit of all these things. But those people in the next, and those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, but the people who decided that they do not want to be stuck with dharma, arth and kama and want to move on to moksha, only those will have Hindu dharma yonijam. So that means it is very clear that if you are born a Hindu, the purpose of your life is neither dharma
alone,
nor
kama alone, nor artha alone.
It is moksha, which is the prime objective of your birth. And all these 3 can be a part of your life, but not the ultimate goal. So only those who want only moksha. So the whole emphasis is on getting moksha.
Getting liberated.
So only those will have Hindu dharma yonijam. They will get the birth of a Hindu. The Sanatana Hindu dharma yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. So this opportunity is given to be born as a Hindu only to the people who decide that they want only moksha as the purpose of their life.
Human birth is Uttamam, the best, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma is Uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttamottamam birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also, they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility.
So Devi is revealing that the human birth is the best of all the species, all of the 8.4 million yonis. The human birth is the best, but the being born as a Hindu is best of the best. And it is given to the people who want only moksha as their lifestyle or the purpose of their life. And everyone who took this Uttamotam birth, that whoever took this birth had the responsibility to keep the living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma, this lifestyle, this science safe. Because they have given the commitment to do so, they got this birth.
And also they have the right of experiencing its benefit.
So what are the benefits of being born as a Hindu?
The benefits is you get to live powerfully by applying the science of living enlightenment in your day-to-day life and being free from all the clutches of Maya, being free from all the delusion, because you are living the science. And when you are having the benefits of this, when you are having access to the temples, the temple enlightenment ecosystem, you are having the joys of Hindu birth. We know from various surveys, such as in the UK, that Hindus are the most happiest communities in the world. Surveys have proven it. So if you are having that happy life, the happy lifestyle of Hinduism, the large joint families,
Yes.
the
So the
close
spiritual
relationships,
component, the benefits of the spiritual life, that the cosmos is in a much bigger scale. We have, as a Hindu, you have at least 20 million books available right now. We had actually 100 million source books of Hinduism. Out of that, 80% are lost due to invasions. But still, 20 million books are intact and are available for you to enjoy the vastness of Hinduism. So spiritually, you are rich. You enjoy the benefit of large joint family.
Culturally, you are rich.
You enjoy the benefits of the sattvic lifestyle that is promoted by Hinduism.
You enjoy a very good health. You get a body, you inherit a body which is multi-generational, vegetarian body, a very healthy body, especially for power manifestation.
And you get a stable family, stable lifestyle. And the whole idea of birth, life, death, karma, everything is clear to you just because you were born as a Hindu. So the benefits of being born as a Hindu is immense. But those who took this birth by giving the commitment of keeping the Hindu Dharma safe, but they forgot it, they are mentally deluded. That is what Devi is saying here. After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya sees taking away all their soul. So because they forgot that it was their responsibility to keep the Hindu Dharma, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma safe, and to keep it for the next generations, those people, they are being added to the list of the people who are no more needed.
So why is Maya taking their soul? Is because it is the way Maya compassionately reminds them of the real purpose.
It's like you entering into the field, you're playing football, and you entered your role was to defend, but you forgot that and you started to offend. And in that way, you, instead of helping the purpose of your team, you are working against it. So what your coach will do, the coach will call you back and send someone else. And then they will teach you and tell you that what was your purpose, what was the role that you needed to play. So you have to be reminded if you forget what is your role. So your role, your purpose of life was to defend Sanatana Hindu Dharma, to propagate Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and to live the lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. But because you forgot it, Maya, is going to take you away. The soul will be taken away. You will have to drop your body, go back and learn, remind yourself that what was your purpose and come back again. So that's why the body is being taken away.
So first we have the Guru compassionately in form of Dakshinamurti reminding us. Then we have life in the ferocious form of Kalabhairava reminding us. And finally we have Maya, who will remind us with the compassion of a mother, and even if needed will take our bodies, because the purpose of Hindu birth is much more than living the mundane life. She will remind us the purpose, our real purpose of liberation.
Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonism only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma even by giving their life. After getting the body because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living. So Devi is saying that she gave the Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth to the people who gave the commitment that they will protect the Sanatana Hindu Dharma even by giving their life. But after they got the birth, because of the fear and greed, they forgot that what was their purpose. What Devi Maya is going to do now is, she is adding them to the list of people who are not worthy of living.
So what happens when we do not protect dharma and we get deluded? We are living a life which is not as per the purpose of our birth. So what? There's no use of living this life. We enter into the do not care attitude towards life. When we enter into the do not care attitude towards life, life also responds us by adding to its list of do not care protecting list. There might be a list of people that are must protect. There's a list of people they are in the must die. But we are ending up in the list of do not care whether these people live or these people die, because we are not living with awareness to the purpose why we have taken this birth. So our living or being dead does not matter to the world.
So here we will want to tell a small story of Adi Sankaracharya. Adi Sankaracharya, at a very young age, he lost his father, and he had the inclination of taking up the life of spirituality. But his mother, she was not ready to let him go. At that time, he decided that either he will live the life of spirituality or he will give up his life. So one day, he was taking bath in the river, and a crocodile came and caught his leg. His mother was outside of the river, and she saw that Adi Sankaracharya was in trouble. Adi Sankara shouted and told his mother, either you allow me to take up the lifestyle of sannyas, or this crocodile is going to kill me. So the mother, when she had no other option left to see his son alive, she decided and gave the order that Sankara, he can take sannyas and he can join the order and start the spiritual life. So this was the commitment level of Adi Sankara at the age of 7 or 8. That Sankara, even when his life was in danger, he was not thinking of anything else. He does not shouted out and asked mother to save him. He asked the mother that either you allow me to take sannyas and this crocodile will leave me. If you are not allowing, this crocodile is going to kill me. So this is the level of commitment that was needed by the people who came down to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
And please understand the compassion of avatars and incarnation and enlightened masters. Adi Shankara's mother had only one wish, that her final rites be performed by him. Even though Adi Shankara was a saint, he was a Hindu monk.
And for monks, it is connection from Purvashram parents.
Pre-monastic relatives and parents
is not encouraged. But as Sankara gave up his word, has given his words when his mother died, he came back and he performed the last rites, which was opposed by the villagers and all. This is the story. But he performed the last rites of his mother.
So this is the commitment. This is the commitment. All other things beautifully will fall in place. But there is a no compromise zone. That no compromise zone is very clear. It is our integrity to Dharma. It is our integrity to the Guru's feet.
Now going further, therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veera Swarga and Kailasa Padavi.
So here Veera Swarga refers to the heaven. Swarga would roughly translate to heaven and Veera to valor. The people, the brave people who enter into the heaven, and Kailasha Padavi refers to the people who are entitled to enter into Kailasha.
Those who give up their life, those who die in the line of duty while protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma, they get the Veera Swarga. This is what is mentioned in Gita, in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, when Sri Krishna told Arjuna that Hatva va prapsyasi swargam, jitav va bhogyase mahim, Tasmat uddhishta kaunteya yuddhaya krita nishchaya. If you die in the war, you will get swarga, you will get heaven. If you are alive, you win, you will enjoy the planet Earth. So, deciding this, O Arjun, get up and get ready for the war. So, this is what the Sri Krishna is revealing about Swarga in this verse is the same that Devi is mentioning about the Veera Swarga, which is exclusively for the people who lay down their life in the line of duty of protecting the Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
For any reason, the people who forgot to protect Dharma, having Uttamottamam birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottamam human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility.
So Devi is mentioning that being born as a human and being born as a Hindu, you have immense rights, but the responsibility is also large. And protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a responsibility.
So what are your rights? Your biggest rights as a Hindu is getting enlightened, to have the possibility of getting enlightened, to live a life of radiating living enlightenment.
And what is your responsibility? Your responsibility is to keep this enlightenment ecosystem safe.
To
Because
live and protect the science of living enlightenment.
What benefits you are getting should be preserved and prevented for the next generation, so that they can also enjoy the same thing.
And
because
even for your own generation, even for your own personal life, in fact.
Because if you are not getting enlightened in this birth, you are again going to take a new birth and come back again. So if you are not keeping this enlightenment ecosystem saved, it will be you who will be suffering. So when you are keeping this enlightenment ecosystem safe, you are ensuring that whenever you come back, if you, for any reason, you are not enlightened in this birth, you have the chance to get enlightened in the next birth by using the same ecosystem that you have saved, created, maintained in this life. That's why it is important. When you are keeping the enlightenment ecosystem safe, you are protecting it for yourself. That's why it is said, Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. If you are protecting Dharma now, even if you are if you missed the enlightenment in this birth, when you take the new birth, new life, the Dharma that you protected this life, it will come back and will save you from getting deluded.
Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottamam birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas, demons and devils, will eat you so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet.
So Devi is mentioning here that those who forgot the responsibility of keeping the Hindu Dharma safe, their life is of no value to Maya, because they have broken the commitment they gave. And now there is no purpose of their living or dying. So Devi Maya, she is not bothered whether they are alive or dead. And in this situation, when the corona pandemic and other pandemics are attacking, the asuras are going to eat their body.
Because they are being added to the list of do not care, because they are carrying an attitude of do not care for Hinduism. The cosmic laws are also putting them into the do not care list.
And they become actually burden on planet Earth. This is what is mentioned during the Mahabharata. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is mentioned that the load of the people of that time was so much that the planet Earth took the form of a cow and went to Brahmaji and pleaded that I am feeling loaded. I am feeling burdened by the weight of the people who are living on planet Earth. And please free me from their burden. Then Lord Brahma, they all prayed to Bhagavan Vishnu, and Bhagavan Vishnu decided to take avatar and came down as Sri Krishna and relieved the planet Earth from the burden of the people. Mind it, millions of people died in the Mahabharata war, and thus the burden of planet Earth was reduced. The same way, diseases, mass diseases like pandemics, epidemics are also the way the burden on planet Earth is being reduced. So Devi is mentioning it. Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you so that the burden on Earth is reduced. This is similar to what happened during the Mahabharata war. People lost their lives in war. Within 18 days, more than 180 million people lost their lives. Seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet. So when she will see that the people who have given the commitment to keep the Hindu Dharma safe, Sanatana Hindu Dharma safe, and they forgot to do that, and now they are being eaten away by the Asuras and Rakshasas, Maya is not going to interfere for them. She will just keep quiet and not do anything for them because they have failed their duty of protecting the Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
So we see, let us now visit some of the important news articles which just bring out this perspective. We know that 19% of Hindus are in India, and it is one of the worst hit by COVID. And this is not a coincidence. An overwhelming majority of Hindus, more than 94%, live in one country, which is India. And guess what? As per the various news which is coming from around the world, more than half of the Indian population is likely to be infected by COVID, as per the New York Times article. The estimates given by the official figures are said to be highly underplayed, with the worst case scenario being 14 times higher at around 700 million. Let us look at the original New York Times article. We see it on the right side. The worst case scenario pegs a number of 700.7 million estimated infections. This was a report from 25th May 2021.
And at 0.60% fatality rate, the number of deaths will be 4.2 million. That will be the minimum.
So this is what Devi is meaning. If you forget, you Hindus forget, you need to protect the Hindu Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. And that is what we just saw, 70 million versus the population of India, which is around 1.3 billion, which is, so therefore more than half of the population is likely to be already COVID infected.
Now, in that same day, Devi has revealed about the Krimi Bhojanam hell being opened in India. Let us see what Devi has told about this hell, which is mentioned in the Garuda Purana, that how the hell, in the hell, people, the beings are being eaten away by the worms and insects. So let's just listen to what Devi said, then we will be entering into its translation.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம்.
Nityanandam. So now we will be entering into the translation of this.
So this is how the translation goes, the mapping of Devi's word in English. Everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Krimi Bhojanam. Krimi means insects and Bhojanam means
being food.
Being food. So it's a hell where beings become food for insects. You can very well visualize a pit where there are millions of worms, billions of worms eating human bodies. That is exactly what is happening through corona and black fungus, white fungus, yellow fungus. That is, these are the krimis who are eating us. So Krimi Bhojanam hell has already opened in India. Everyone in India, all of you listen, the hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling in India as a thunder. Running to Adi Kailasha and protection from it is the only way. Deadly corona taking life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Ghora Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together, destroying other souls. It will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly. Prevention, by protective quarantine, that is, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasha. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasha. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to earth because of the sufferings done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives. Learning that prevention is the only way. Go to Adi Kailasha.
So Devi is mentioning that the Krimi Bhojanam hell has been opened in India because of the sufferings done by humans. Because the people forgot their purpose of life and they started to live a life which was not the way they committed to live. And also, many of the Adinam, the ecosystems was destroyed and the people kept quiet. Because of the karma, this Krimi Bhojanam hell has been opened. We will be entering into the Sastra Pramana of the Krimi Bhojanam, how it is mentioned in the Garuda Purana that Devi is mentioning in her Akashic reading.
Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by worms. This is mentioned in Garuda Purana, in Cosmology of Hell and Nether Regions. It is mentioned in Devi Bhagavata Purana in chapter 21 on the narratives of hell, and also in chapter 22 on the narratives of sins leading to hells. It is also mentioned in Shiva Purana in 16th chapter, Uplift from Hell, in the section 5. It is also mentioned in Skanda Purana in chapter 12, Redemption from Hells, chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu, chapter 30, the glory of Dhanushkoti. It is also mentioned in Brahma Purana in 20th chapter, Hells in Nether Regions, and chapter 106, Sufferings in Hell. It is also mentioned in Padma Purana, chapter 48, a section on Nether World. Now we will look at the Shastra Pramana.
Sanat Kumar Uvacha Tesham Murdhyo Parishtadve Narakansta Chrunushvacha Matto Munishvara Shrestha Panchayate Yatra Papinaha.
O excellent sage, above the Nether regions are the hells where the sinners are scorched. Listen to their description from me.
Raurava Shashukarodha Stalo Vivasnastatha Mahajwalastapta Kumbho Lavanopi Vilohitaha.
They are Raurava, Shukra, Radha, Tala, Vivaswata, Mahajwala, Tapta Kumbhaka, Lavana, Vilohita,
Vaitarni Puyuvaha Kriminah Krimi Bhojanaha Asi Patravanam Ghoram Lala Bhakshaksha Darunaha.
The river Vaitarni consists of putrid stuff flowing in it. Krimina Krimi Bhojana, Asi Patravana, and Lala Bhaksha are the terrible hells.
So all this is mentioned in Shiv Purana as well. So these are the Shastra Pramanas of the Krimi Bhojanam. So why the Krimi Bhojanam happened? Because the people forgot that the purpose of life, and now it is coming as the result of their karma.
Many people have various ideas. If you look around in the internet, people have certain ideas where they think that the COVID virus or the black fungus is a manifestation of they think it's divine in that sense. We will not dispute that, but please understand how Devi is revealing in such a pragmatic way where everything makes so much sense, where she is clearly describing the conditions on planet Earth as the opening of Krimi Bhojana hell. And very much it is clear that these beings are eating human bodies and behaving very much like those worms which have been described in Krimi Bhojana hell. They are eating the bodies. We have seen people, how their whole bodies become black with the black fungus, which infects people who are just treated with
COVID-19.
They are treated by various steroids to protect them from COVID-19, fall for the next creamies, next worms, which is the black fungus.
And Devi has given the only way to save ourselves is to go for the prevention. And what prevention Devi is mentioning is going to Adi Kailasa. The Adi Kailasa is the only way for the people to keep themselves safe during this pandemic times. So I request everyone, please register at kailasa.org /Kailasa care.
And
Please.
please understand, Devi also gave us the possibility in the past that we create our own Kailasha. If we are unable to move to Adi Kailasha, she gave us the possibility millions of times to create our own Kailasha. Neither we created our own Kailasha, nor we moved to an existing Kailasha, nor we protected whatever Swamiji created. So there is no other solution. There is no escape. And home quarantine is not possible in India. That has been said by the Chief Minister of Assam. It has been said by various government authorities. It has been apparent by the census data of the country that as per the guidelines of the Ministry of Health, the way the ministry recommends people to quarantine in a multi-layered way, it is just impossible to do so in the way people live in India. So there is absolutely no solution. It's a fact. It's not an opinion.
So only way left now is being quarantined, coming to the Adi Kailasa or any of the Kailasa opened by Swamiji. You can sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa care to avail the opportunity given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to keep yourself and your loved ones safe in any of the Kailasa Adinams opened by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we will be entering into another revelation by Devi Parashakti that how this pandemic will subside. The only solution when India will be safe again to travel. To question by one of the participants, Devi answered when the soil of India will be safe enough to keep the feet upon. So let us enter into that video now.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மயில்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடு உமைகளினால் அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So now we will be entering into the translation of what Devi has just revealed.
You are asking whether or not to go to India. So this is in response to one of the devotees asking a question. If he can come from the US to India, is it safe to come to India until 2022? Devi is replying, know properly, understand to what is said. For this huge hell, Krimi Bhojanam, not to come to India in 2020, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India in 12 Jyotirlingas, which are the 12 religious and sacred pilgrimage spots in Hinduism. Through my son, Swamiji, she is referring to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, they drove away the sailor of the ship. The ship is being referred to the Kailasha ecosystem, which has been made as the Manu ship or Noah's Ark to help people sail through this crisis of this deluge of COVID-19 pandemic. For this,
They drove away the sailor of the ship. So where they mean by that they drove away the sailor of the ship means the anti-Hindu, anti-Guru elements, the ecosystem in India that made it impossible for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to remain at the place which he has created, the Adi Kailas ecosystem. And they drove away the sailor of the ship. This ship, which was created to keep the humanity safe, now it has no sailor.
see what is happening properly. As the leader of Kailasha nation, with complete respect, with good regards, when my Nijavatara, Nityananda's feet touches on Bharat and does Padayatra, only after this you should go. Till then, protect yourself, do not go.
So Devi is making it very clear, till the time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is received back in India with respect, and as the leader of Kailasa nation, with complete respect, with good regards, when Swamiji, when he will do that Padayatra from the southern tip of India to the northern tip of India and throughout the 12 Jyotirlingas, then only this Krimi Bhojanam hell that has been opened in India is going to get away. Otherwise, it will keep haunting the Indians.
Please understand, a few months, or let's say, I can say a few years ago, we had honorable members of legislative assemblies making remarks and giving instructions over the media to the police, asking them when they plan to extrajudicially murder the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, in this kind of situation, we understand this is nowhere close to what Devi is referring to as the time when Swamiji is received in the nation with complete respect, with good regards. We have a long way to go, and the people need to mature, and it is the responsibility of the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to do what needs to be done to make it happen.
So till the time that happens, if it happens in this year, that is well and good. If it happens in 2022, whenever it happens, after that only the land, the Bhumi of Bharata will be safe for anyone to travel. That's what Devi is mentioning, that till that time, do not go. So today we will end today's Parashakti Akashic readings, the general readings here, and we will be entering into the next segment where many of the people who got the revelations from Devi Parashakti and understood that what Devi is saying, decided to came to Adi Kailasa and stay there and save themselves during this pandemic times, are going to share their testimonials, their experiences, and their views with the people, with all of us. So we will be into that segment. And taking this opportunity, I request all of you that please decide to join yourself. Please sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa care. And remember, prevention is the only way. And Kailasa is the only option available right now where you can have the facility of multi-layer quarantine, which is not possible at your home, even if you are a millionaire. So decide to sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa care and please come to Adi Kailasa. We will welcome you here. So now,
thank you for joining us and stay tuned for the next segment. We'll be joining you back
after this short break. Thanks for joining in. Nityanandam.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Yes, Nityanandam everybody, welcome back. And in today's segment of Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, we listened about the readiness of Adi Kailasa, and how Swamiji is making, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is making the entire Adi Kailash and all the other Kailasas in India open for all the COVID care and prevention. And it is such a huge blessing that people are able to experience in each and every one of their lives. Today, joining with us, we have Srinitya Vimuktanandaya and Manitya Vimuktananda from Mumbai. And we'd like to ask them so that they could share their experience, their understanding as to how the current situation in Mumbai is currently, and after coming to Adi Kailasa, how their life has been. Nityanamaya. Nityanama. Maybe you could introduce yourself to all our viewers and participants, ma.
I am from Mumbai, but I'm staying in Mumbai for 25 years plus, and for more than a decade. And yes, in the last 10 years, I'm connected with Gurukul, connected with Sangha. From various positions I've served Swamiji. He has given me the great opportunity to serve that, and that's an introduction about me.
Nityanam, I'm Manitya Vimuktananda. Like I've also been associated with the Sangha since the last 10 years. Known Swamiji since 2010, since when Sri Avimukta actually started coming here. And of course, our son Gangadhara Maharaj is studying in Gurukul. And yeah, I'm a e-Gurukul Acharya and working with the Sangha as much as possible. So we are also entrepreneurs running a software company in Mumbai. So both the things, of course, we are trying to balance and we are trying to do it. So this is our background, Maharaj.
Wonderful, ma'am. Thank you very much, Aya, and thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us on this panel today. And so right now, many of us would be aware, and some of us might not be aware. The current situation in India is really, really very bad, and especially places like Karnataka and Maharashtra, after which is Kerala, and then Tamil Nadu. So this is like the order in which the people are getting affected. And then Maharashtra stands at the second place after Karnataka in the COVID cases and the number of deaths. And the situation there is actually very bad. So Ma, Avimukta and Shri Avimukta, would you like to share as to what was the current situation in Mumbai and how practically you're able to witness, like just being there in that very locality, which was the highest hit at that point in time? Would you like to share with all our viewers what the situation is in Mumbai?
Yes. So what happened is, I'll just give the small preview of what happened in the COVID-1. I mean, the last year, if you call us COVID-2, COVID-1 also, we'll just see what is the difference of COVID-1 and COVID-2 and how government has pathetically failed. Okay. First is there is a correction. Yes, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu are coming, in the leading numbers. One thing we are forgetting, even Gujarat. Okay, Gujarat, there is lot of numbers crunching is happening. Very unfortunately, now government become a number crunching missionaries. Okay, as Swamiji very nicely put it. Even if you take our family, I can easily say 4 to 5 people who have lost their life. Okay, so if you take, we have what 130 million. We are talking about the population. Even if you say 20 divided by 4, okay, so it will be much beyond the numbers what government is talking and what we are coming to know. Okay, so let's get that fact first. So people say 5 times, people say 10 times. Let's not get into the guessing game, but really, very practically, the numbers are crunched.
Actually, Aya, when you're sharing this, the worst thing is, even as per the numbers that the government is presenting or the media is presenting, even that itself is a rude shock to the entire humanity, given the number of deaths and the number of cases that are active and people who are getting affected, especially now this black fungus, the white fungus, and then this yellow fungus that is coming up. The speed at which all of that is actually going through is at even the present, as you're telling, lot of it is not presented. But even what is presented is so shocking because it's at such a high level. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Yes. So even okay. So number is very lessly projected. Even this existing number is carrying. That's one. Now, so if you're coming back to Maharashtra, the last time, see, Maharashtra or Mumbai, if you're aware about it, there's all intense areas are there, like Dharavi and all these places. Okay. So even the last time, what happened? Most people started leaving Mumbai. Okay, the intense area, like, because government cannot do anything, forget about single room. If you all know about it, the standard of living what they are having, it's a one room, 5 people, 6 people, 7 people would be living. It's highly intense area. I mean, overall Mumbai is even including suburbs are very intense area. So the so-called quarantine is absolutely not possible. Even the first wave, we all know that it is a failure, but somehow government has managed it. Now this time they themselves came out and told home quarantine should not be continued and they have to admitted in hospital. Okay, so that is a state office. And second pathetic thing, before 1 month, if you're aware about it, that central government, state government fight was going on. In the even Delhi and central government was fighting that, state government was saying we are not being given enough cylinders, and all this drama was going on. It was completely scary to the highest level. Means you have a bed, but you don't have oxygen. And we came to know even near our vicinity, couple of hospital got, the accidents have happened where the cylinders got busted. So to the viewer, we know it, and it will not come in the paper. I mean, we know that what all happened, like, because it's the hospitals are not equipped. Certain hospitals are just come in the last 11th hours preparations. To have all this planned and other things, you need to have a time. So which is absolutely not possible. So it's overflowing thing. Then somehow they have controlled. Okay, at least the oxygens are not coming. So this is the same situation will go here and there kind of thing. Schools have completely stopped. Very pathetic situation is, I can understand upper middle class and upper class, or to the extent some middle class can afford to have some online classes. I was under the thing that online classes are going on. But when I saw some kids, when we go for shopping something, I saw some kids are coming and selling something for some plastic bag for 50 rupees, 60 rupees. I was just talking to them, what happened to your studies? He said, yeah, we are in municipal school. Last year there is no school. This year no school. So we are just sitting ideally, and we are coming and just selling this. That was shocking to me. Okay, obviously our parents cannot afford to have your greater mobiles and good internet connections, or even obviously the schools will not give them online classes or something. So understand, if you leave our elite middle class or upper class, of course we don't need to worry about upper class. Elite middle class or middle class can go through this shock. You take a low end class, and in the edge of middle class, they are going to really a suffering in terms of school. What will happen if this continues for other 2-3 years, and their economy will be in a biggest breakthrough? So this is the pathetic conditions at an outer level. Okay,
So also Manoj, to add to this, see, we are staying in the central suburbs. What I saw is that the condition is really bad. Even in our vicinity, there are a few hospitals where the beds were not available, oxygens were not available, and people really, they were getting admitted there, and some of them even lost their, the people there. It was very pathetic situation which we saw. Actually, we really witnessed it this time during the first wave. This we didn't really actually experience anything like that, but during the second wave there is not even one home which is not affected by COVID. In every house there one or the other family member is admitted or is dying, something or the other.
Actually, that is very as you're telling, I can just relate back to what was happening at that point in time, where during the first wave, when actually Devi Parashakti and Swamiji started revealing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started revealing that lives are going to be lost in crores, not in thousands or lakhs. At that time, we were too negligent about the whole thing. Like I wouldn't want to say about any single person or organization or anything, but on a general basis itself, we had no clue as to what was going to happen, and it was a very, very negligent thing. Being me also residing in India, and when Swamji was actually speaking about this first wave, was actually back there in Tamil Nadu at that time. And I still remember that I used to just walk out on streets. Of course, I would have all my protection done and all of that. But people were completely under impression, oh, all this is just hoax and none of this is true. And it's all made up theories and stories. And it was all completely violated. But as you're telling, this second wave has instilled a huge amount of fear even in those kind of people. Like the first was all negligent. People are like, all this is stories and all of that. But actually now, like just like how you shared right now, like people, like every family has deaths, especially as you're telling, like if your own family, that there are 4-5 people who have lost their lives, and it's actually a very scary situation that is going on at this point in time. And like how Avimuktaya was sharing, the sector of people who are not the elite or the upper middle class families, even actually the middle class families with whom I have been in touch, are completely out, because the entire savings of their life would be like what, 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs would be the maximum savings that might be there. And that actually goes off in so many other things that is there. So I was actually reading a statistics about 70% of the people have already withdrawn the provident funds and the voluntary provident funds also, and used up in their regular lives, because there is no way for them to have an income. And this middle class and the lower middle class, and of course the wages, that kind of people have completely like they are people who are completely affected on a scale where whether they go to work, they're going to contract COVID and die. If not, they're going to die out of hunger. So a huge population, about 60% of the population in India is stuck in this. On the other side, as you were sharing, even people with money, resources and all of that, there are no beds, there are no oxygen supplies, there are no hospitals that people can actually go towards, even if they are affected by any of this COVID. I just wanted to share this while you were sharing. Please go ahead.
So,
even we have one of our family that I wanted to share.
So it's like my father's elder brother, he too lost his life in this COVID situation. So it was a really sad thing. Like, during this time, neither he is a very well known person in Indore, basically, and he's been living there for so many years. Here, he knew so many people there. But unfortunately, since he died of COVID, neither his friends could come for his last journey, neither we as family members could go and reach out, neither to go and see him, or at least go and support his family members, because the entire family was COVID positive at that point of time, so nobody could even go there. So this is the situation. It is very saddening, actually. In spite of we wanting to go, we are not in a position to go. And finally, that the person who comes to this is like, I mean, I don't know what kind of a death is this that they are getting. It's so bad. It's very saddening, actually. So this is that is what, like, this time we are really experiencing this whole thing, very closely, like.
So one of our family priest, he was all well, everything is fine. He used to maintain WhatsApp and he used to send Tarpanam detail and all. So we were finally telling, till last Amavasya he was there, and suddenly this Amavasya is not there. Is all his Karyam is completed. I mean, what you will say, he was, he was very fine. In first COVID, he was managing it all, going and taking all, the last rites of the people. Even they just left the body like this. And now today, most of the priests are also doing their last days thing only on the Zoom and other things. This all we would not have been unheard of. The days have gone where people are waiting for that so-called that, okay, let even getting the body and doing a last rites itself has become a luxury. It's too bad to think, like, earlier the death happened, relatives goes and they support it, and 10 days happen, whatever it is, whatever the ritual has to be done for that soul, we used to do. Now absolutely no possibility. Even families are so, I mean, I won't say they will be happy, at least they would be comfortable if they are getting the body and properly they could be able to do the last rites. I mean, this is so unimaginable. And the second is, how cheating, even in this situation, there are cheaters. When Swamiji, with so much compassion, he can open, and honestly speaking, it's a risk-taking opening. Okay. Now there are so many people, so many even alternative medicine like Siddha medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, some doctors who are proven to be the great in the COVID one. In the COVID two, they started talking about 10 lakhs. Their argument is, when the English allopathic medicines can talk for 10 lakhs and 15 lakhs, why should not we talk for even 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs or something? Obviously they know that this is a demand situation. Government cannot give that kind of an infrastructure. So let's just try to make the money out of it. I'm not here to blame them. Okay, it is a situation for them to do, but it's okay. But that's the situation. All private hospitals, you need to say, they are going to any extent to get it. So
Yes, I actually, this was one other thing that even I heard of from a few other people also who were sharing, that that even actually there are so many news articles that are coming up. Like, we wouldn't want to blame them, but given the situation, people are also exploiting the given situation, and especially with the oxygen concentrators, because as we know, India doesn't have facilities. India was in shortage of, isn't actually, I wouldn't say was, is in shortage of oxygen supply. There's no oxygen, and even during the peak of crisis, right? So this entire black market entered in, and people were illegally selling even the vaccinations, the medicines, the oxygens, even the beds were held back illegally. And these kind of things, like how you're telling, the one group of people are, instead of actually becoming responsible at this point in time, given that they have the resources, they have the knowledge, they have everything that is needed to support the society at this point in time, rather than actually giving it off and actually sharing with the world to help people around, they're actually using this as an opportunity to make money, or to actually bribe and to do a lot of these things, especially when you hear and read articles and news where the ambulances which are supposed to carry even the dead bodies are overcharging, or the ambulances which are supposed to take people to the hospitals are charging in a humongous way, like traveling like 1 lakh and above just for a travel. When you hear these kind of things, it's really pathetic to see it. And as you were sharing, in spite of all of these things, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened out the doors of Kailasa, the very place where he built everything with his blood and sweat, and out of which he was driven out. That very place, even though he was driven out, he has opened this out for every one of the people, which is such a huge risk with respect in every different way, whether it is the number of people who are going to come in, or what kind of people who will be coming in, the resources that we used, and we never know what is actually going to happen. But irrespective of all of that, setting up the highest possible security measures, the quarantine measures, and he's literally has opened out his entire life itself at this given point in time to the very same people who drove him out of India, out of his very own house. So one side of the society, we're looking at people who have everything, who are obliged to do. It is their responsibility, it is their profession for which they're being paid for. Those people exploiting the situation. On the other extreme, Swamiji, even though he was persecuted on this very same land, by this very same people, opening the doors of Adi Kailasha for every one of them, all the Kailasas in India for every one of them. And literally, this is like the only, I'm just running short of words to even express what kind of a person or a being Swamiji is, to actually open it out for the entire society. Just his compassion for the entire world, just to save lives. As Swamiji said, this year, go just save yourself. That's it. Nothing more than that. And so that was actually, like, when you are sharing these details, right? It actually, the only one thing that strikes me again and again and again is this thing where there is so much happening outside, where Swamiji is just making everything available completely. And as we all know, Swamiji told he will not accept donations in the name of COVID. He'll not take anything, no treasure, no talent, nothing on the name of COVID. He told very clearly, I will not monetize COVID. Everything will be provided free of cost, the accommodation, the food, the shelter. And of course, the expenses are not short, especially when you have to hold such a huge infrastructure of people. And Aya, now you've been here with us in Adi Kailash over the last few days. Would you like to share and give your insight as to how Swamiji has made this place available? Like we saw, you shared about how life outside is. And now you can give an insight to all our viewers as to how life in Kailasa is. And what are the greatest benefits that you could ever have by being in Kailasa?
Yes, yes, Maharaj. See, the one point you really nailed it well, that is about monetizing. So when we are talking about, it's not about a monetizing on money. Of course, this so-called allopathic medicines or selfish, greedy alternative medicine people all are making the situation, making money. In this situation, they are supposed to be genuine, but which we are not finding. Other extreme, we are finding Swamiji as which you can't define. I mean, you can't make him some grammar and define Swamiji. You can't frame it. So monetizing is not only from this pharma part. One more crowd, even to name it a neo-Hindutva groups, or I'll say all governments, even they monetize. Monetize, when we say monetize, it's not about money. Okay, it is about using the situations and trying to drive that power, which they are not supposed to do. It is not a time for sitting and doing a political war. It's not a time for just moving your power coins, power battles. No, but that's in the ground level, that's what happening. So-called medias and how they are behaving is completely very, very, very pathetic situation, and they do monetize the situation. So that's the one point I wanted to drive. It's not about monetizing by hospitals, doctors, whatever it is, and even the other ecosystem, which has to be a real basic foundation with a compassion, that we are not finding great in that. Okay, so with that, I wanted to share like how we enjoyed here. Yes, Marvin.
Yes. Swamiji has been continuously saying in all the Arulvaka that yes, you all of you just rush to Adi Kailash. So we were just kind of contemplating what we need to do. So finally, when all these things started happening, it started really dawning on us. Oh God, something is really bad, like something bad is happening, so let's just move out. So within just a couple of days we just quickly packed up and we just came here, like without even, I mean, we have not really wound up anything. We just whatever we we could wind up, we wound up and we just came. Like we just packed up bags, and even our flight to Adi Kailash itself was a roller coaster. You can say there were some flight cancellations happening, or as it is, since the flights are not running full, a lot of cancellations were happening. Somehow, Swamiji made it possible for us, and we ultimately reached Adi Kailash, and it's only because of his blessings and grace that we could have it. This could happen in such a situation, and it happened very smoothly, without having to even take a pass, or without having to go through that entire scrutiny or anything. It just happened so smoothly. We just had our COVID test done, and we just packed up and we just traveled, and along with our mother, that is Abhimukta's mother, who is already diabetic and a BP, and we were a bit concerned how we are going to manage with her. But Swamiji's blessings, she also is ready, and she is also a devotee of Swamiji. So definitely she traveled with us beautifully, and we are all the three of us are here since the last week, about 6 days, right? 6 days. So it's been really so nice, Maharaj. It's like this place is really, you can say it's like heaven because compared to the situation what is outside, here we are at least breathing fresh air without any fear, basically.
That's
So
actually a very sorry to interrupt, Ma, but actually I wanted to share at this time, like this, the very statement that you made, right? We can breathe. Literally, it's that one statement is a very big statement given at this point in time. We can breathe because at this time when you are outside, like you just don't even know, you don't even want to breathe. Given the situation, you just want to keep your mouth shut and you just don't want to contract anything. But here, the very statement that we could breathe after a long time is actually a very, what is it? It's a very deep statement for us all to understand what kind of a life outside it is versus it is inside. Please go ahead. Ma'am.
exactly. So, like in the lockdown, when we were there, it is like just confining ourselves to the four walls or whatever, to our houses. not even moving outside and meeting our neighbors. So that itself has been a very scarce moment for us since the last 1.5 2 years, 1.5 years of COVID. So after coming here, there have been a few other families who have been in quarantine along with us in the blocks, and it's an amazing family, Maharaj. It's so beautiful to be in the Sangha with the Sangha people, sharing cognitions and having food together. It's all very fun. It's so much like family. And after a very long time, we have been able to mingle with people like this, and also with people who share the same frequency. It's such an important thing, with a lot of positivity, a lot of, we are all in that same frequency to what Swamiji has put us into, and all of us are talking about the powerful cognitions, the powerful things that Swamiji says. So it is all a beautiful frequency which is out here, and it is definitely adding up to our health and our mindset and everything. We are slowly, it's so beautiful space which is getting created. So the spiritual routine, yes, to mention the spiritual routine, of course, we have started aligning to the spiritual routine also, the morning 4 o'clock yoga, the puja, because in the last 1 year, we see when we are in our own homes, we find it a little difficult to align to the Brahma Muhurta sometimes. Not all of them are able to collectively. The collective energy which happens when we do it together, it is a beautiful space and it is totally different. And trust me, it's really adding up to our well-being is what I feel, Maharaj. So
Wonderful, Ma. And actually, this is something that I would like to share with every one of you also here. And now that I'm also part of the team which actually hosts the people, like when people come in, I'm also part of the team who actually get people inside and then show the accommodation and the thing. One thing that I actually understood while doing it as an internal person from Adi Kailash, what I would like to share is that the luxury of life, right? So whatever we thought as luxuries of life outside, it could be the cars that you have, it could be the houses that you own, living in like completely air conditioned space all the time, everything like whatever you call as the so-called Western ideas of luxury, right? All of them has just become irrelevant. And not just irrelevant, most of those things have become a scare at this point in time. You live in a huge bungalow all by yourself, you just go crazy and mad because it's such a huge place, everything is empty, there's nothing to do for you. How long can you sit in front of a TV and watch, okay, the movies, the Netflix? How long will you be able to do it? You can't step out, you can't stay in one room, you can't speak to people. Even the person, as Swamiji says, even if someone has to go get the groceries and come, you can't stay inside, you can't even mingle with that person. Practically, this entire situation has destroyed our very idea of what life is, what luxury is. I'd say rather than it destroyed, it has actually created a new understanding of life. This is what I like shared. It was a click for me. Luxury is not about you having things around and everything like a very good car, a very good bed, lot of wealth and all of that. But if without any of that, you're not able to live, then you're actually bound by it. You cannot call that as luxury. The real luxury in life, like, is basically when you're able to handle any situation in life. And that is one thing that I feel has become a part of people, everyone who is here. Avimuktama and Avimukta, would you like to share in details of that? Like whatever we thought as luxury outside, right? Versus what real luxury itself is, and how there's a drastic difference. Like waking up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. at this point in time in the Adinam, it feels as such a big luxury for us. And it feels, wow, what, like, so good to be at this point in time, right? Versus how it is outside, like how it can even be perceived outside.
One is group energy. Second is that Vada Varna is really missing, that you will come to know when you are really missing. Whatever the words we say, what we miss and all, it cannot be explained. Maybe, when we just get into this practice, we will get scared first. Oh, can we do this? Oh God, this is. But once the cycle of this, routines getting started, we ourselves will be feeling the internal strength, how your body reacts, how you could be able to do your other works. Typically our office work or whatever the other work will tire us, but when we are in this environment, and Swamiji has beautifully given work from home facility, there are many people who sits and do the work from homes also, and they also feel the luxuries and best of the both the world. They could be able to do their work very efficiently, beautifully, and after that when they come out they can go behind tree, and they can do some kind of jula, whatever it is, and of course you can play with monkeys and dogs are coming, as if the real Discovery Channel is here. Sometimes snakes comes. So so this all, even if you have it outside, it will be, I will call it that way, it is not having a life. Okay, this will be like, as you exactly put it, Netflix. How many things you will see that, how many times you will sit and do, how much time you will spend on internet. People was really, why this all happened, this COVID flux has happened because of people frustration. People said is enough, and some schools started going and some malls were ready to open, then the figures have gone, the government has stopped. This has come from really the failures of the luxuries of individual. The so-called luxuries, what all they were talking about, a mall, they were talking about roaming out, or gadgets, whatever you name it, that all become a villain. And it understood when they just start, this whole pralaya started taking this all luxury from them, the leg starts shaking. When a person have a car, he has to drive for weekend and he has to go. Now when you say, boss, crossing a border you have to get a pass, he get offended in his life. He can't and every Saturday Sunday he has to go to mall. For that person, for the last 6 months you are saying not going for a mall, it's like taking away life from him. But one thing is happening, slow and steadily people start realizing it, even people can live with this. Most of the people understood that their expenditures and what they are spending in terms of time, in terms of money, is absolutely not necessary. Even with the small few dresses, they can live with whatever the amount. I mean, I can roughly say 50% of their expenditures, whatever it is, it's all waste, and it was going towards so-called entertainment, which is not really entertaining them. Right?
Exactly. Actually, yeah, here while you were sharing this fact, right, I also thought I could share a few statistics with all our viewers, where how the current situation is in Mumbai and Maharashtra at this point in time. And the reason why we wanted to highlight the mental state. Okay, so basically, when we are here, Swamiji is not only physically protecting us, but actually mentally protecting us, psychologically protecting us, empowering us. I would not just say protecting us, but empowering us, where even psychologically nothing external is able to affect us. But outside, as you were sharing, like whatever we thought as luxury, whatever we thought as life, everything is just completely destroyed. Let us now look at some of the statistics as to how the COVID cases in Mumbai are, and how the current wave of the black fungus and how the various other figures are actually lowered. So that could actually give us a little more perspective into how much Swamiji is actually doing in every single way just for us. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so I hope every one of you are able to see. So this is something that is current, live. We just pulled out this data as we are speaking. Okay, so the last recorded case in Maharashtra, which is 2 minutes ago. This is a live situation. You can see the COVID cases that are there, confirmed you can just see 15,229 cases have increased in Maharashtra alone. And the tolls reach over to 57,91,413 people in Maharashtra alone. Please understand. So these are statistics at this given point in time, out of which the active cases are 20 lakh plus, recovered people are about 54.8 lakh, and the deaths are reached to 97,394. So this is official data that we're able to see. But we're also going to look at what are the other things. As we discussed, not everything is actually being presented. So here in Maharashtra, the same in a graphical representation, total deaths till now is 96,751. Total cases is 57,76,184. You can see the wave, how it has increased between 1st July 2020 to 1st April 2021, where the second wave hit its peak. And we have already started seeing the third wave give its appearance in Maharashtra, in Gujarat, and in few other places. So here is another graphical representation of the same. The deaths that have increased. So you can see, it shows as if in between there is a low in the deaths, but it is not true. So we're going to look at a few more statistics. This actually shows the beds available for COVID patients. So literally the Maharashtra government has opened a portal where you get live data as to the number of beds, if at all they are even available. What are all occupied, what are all available, in which places they are available. So you can see that this is on June 3rd, which is yesterday, as on 9:36 a.m. So this is the bed capacity that is there, occupied, available. You can see the total positive cases were over 7 lakh cases, discharged over 6.74 cases, 6.74 lakh cases. And all these statistics actually are something that can make us understand where the world is heading at this given point in time. There are only 319 facilities. Bed capacity is over 40,504, out of which the occupancy is 877, which means the rest of us already used. And we have no clue as to what is happening. And there are also situations, people where there is just no contacts. You can't even reach out to people who are having these facilities which are there, because the numbers, even if you have to dial in, the numbers are always busy. There are always queues. There are always continuous cases that are there. So here is cases summary for Mumbai. Confirmed cases at that point in time, you can see over 7 lakh, and deaths are about 1.5 lakh deaths which are there in Mumbai right from the starting of the COVID pandemic. And here is another district-wise confirmed cases and health infrastructure that is presented to all of us. As you can see, district-wise, if you see, Maharashtra has the highest number of districts which are there in the COVID cases, whether it's in the death or in the number of cases that are there. Of course, Karnataka in the first, but after that, Maharashtra tops this list. Pune, Mumbai, Thane, Nagpur, and Nasik. So these are the highest levels at which the COVID is actually affecting the entire Maharashtra. So these, yes, Aya, please go ahead. I just wanted to present some of these statistics so that you can also share your more deeper insights as to comparing this and comparing the lifestyle with Adi Kailasa that we have. What is your input on this, Aya?
The first and foremost thing, I'm not seeing this data for last 6 days. Thanks God, today only I happened to see this, because otherwise every time this data hits me and make us, scared. So last 6-7 days, honestly, we were out of this data, So after at least a week, I'm just seeing this data. It's really scary. This is one of the real pandemic, you can say virus. Every day we watching this, even this data. Of course, we are supposed to know what's happening in our field and other things. But one of the thing, today I was just enriching some people for coming from north side. So I was just telling them, they were just talking about this data, number of bed. I just say, once you enter in Kailas, you are in lap of Swamiji. Okay, he simply make you forget data, and he will just show you what's life. Humans are not just numbers, they are life. Okay, from each and every activity, the life part of you will be shown to you. Okay, you like or you don't like, life will be shown to you, and so beautifully you will be get settled with that. He gives the power of it, right? You don't need to do any extra work for it. We can just come, and there are many couples, of course, devotees, I understand, even non-devotees are coming. Okay, there are so many non-devotees. Absolutely, they got connected. Just 6 months, 1 year, they saw Swamiji's video, and today I happened to speak to some person in, Chandigarh. That lady was saying she only connected, but she's getting out of India. She is finding her parents. Best place for parents is Adi Kailash. She's saying they're fit. She was literally, getting into tears, and she's saying that my brother is there, but he has his own problems. Now I was taking care. Now I feel at this situation, Adi Kailasa would be the best place for it. I'm really touched. So how many people could be able to really get the compassion of it? It's a time people understand, and they ask many times, "Are you sure there is no fees for it? Are you sure everything is free?" I said, "Absolutely, we are sure." Swamiji said, "There's no hidden cost. We are not obviously a pharma companies to make you some hidden cost." So, so they are touched, and they honestly started feeling. Okay, one is we understand inside what is life is. Even non-devotees, even the people who have not reached, also started realizing this is a place where they can see the life and see the compassion of it. Okay, so
That's
that's
actually a very powerful statement, Aya. And as you were sharing, right, like people at this given point in time, those who actually understand and realize that life cannot be lived this way, life cannot even be lived when we are outside. There are one set of people who still have these doubts, and whether I will be able to handle things and what would happen to my business and all of that. I'd just like to reiterate to every one of them, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, very clearly Devi Parashakti revealed that it is either Kailasa or it is just Krimi Bhojanam, where the COVID pandemic at this given point in time is just eating people, literally eating people. The black fungus and the white fungus, and now this yellow fungus. There are also cases of the black fungus that is, as we know, it is directly affecting the immune system. Like once you are actually recovered, already the COVID is a nightmare for people. Now the black fungus is even more nightmare for people, where you recover out of COVID and you are like completely vulnerable for this black fungus to affect you and eat you up. And as Devi is sharing, continuously as Devi is revealing, the world is actually catching up with it. And the best thing that we can ever do is to just protect ourselves. If any of you feel you want to protect your life, you want to protect your family, you want to protect your near and dear ones, the only and only solution is Adi Kailasa. The Kailasas in India that Swamiji has opened. And all of you can register for it. The registration link is scrolled for all of us below. I request every one of you, those who want to jump in, take this opportunity to become part of Adi Kailasa, to come and quarantine yourself, and to live this life of the COVID care facilities that Swamiji is providing just out of a sheer compassion. Avimuktaya, is there anything else that you'd like to share? Ma, is there anything else that you'd like to share before we kind of wrap this up for our viewers?
Yes, Maharaj. Yeah, finally to wrap up, it's a beautiful life here. Definitely, we really are grateful to Swamiji for choosing us to be here and giving us the sad buddhi that we have to pack up and come here. Otherwise, we keep oscillating whether we need to do it or no. But somehow we have come here, and it's been a beautiful place. It's so nice to see the kids also here. There are a few kids here, they keep playing, and they keep jumping around. It's been really too long that we have really seen the kids playing outside so beautifully. Even the sight itself gives you so much of comfort and so much of energy. Actually, that whole thing is really, it's a very nice space that Swamiji has provided, even for the kids especially. small kids, when they are supposed to be jumping around, going and playing outside in the ground, they're all confined to gadgets at home, and it's really a very painful thing. And here today I see the kids just, they're so carefree, and they just go out and they play in the mud, and they just come back and they just jump around. It's such a beautiful sight. And to add to it, of course, the spiritual routine, which is aligning all of us. We have Bhagavad Gita classes, which is again very which is again a very beautiful session which happens. The listening classes which is being given to us, all these are really, rather I would say that it's actually giving us the glimpse of the inner awakening which we used to have it earlier when Swamiji was here. So it is like an inner awakening program only, wherein our entire being gets regenerated. It's such a beautiful experience, Maharaj. So really thankful to Swamiji for this thing. Really thankful. We are so thankful. Thank you so much, Swamiji. Thank you for all this.
Yes,
So
so much.
Wonderful. And I, just before we wrap, I just thought maybe you could also share with our viewers with respect to even whether it is the food that we have, or the accommodations that we get, or the medical facilities that are available on an overall basis. Would you like to address that and share with all our viewers so they get to have an internal understanding? Even if people have to work from home, how you've come in and you have also been doing, you've been able to manage both of it at the same time. So would you like to share with our participants so they also get an internal understanding as to how it is here? Are there any restrictions or anything that you'd like to share?
Exactly. I'll just share a couple of discussion I had when I'm enriching few people. Most of the people have little work concern about how the elders people we can manage. I wanted to assure you that utmost care has been taken on that. When the day we come in for the bed, what kind of a bed, and they are going all out to just do that. So it is so beautiful. You don't need to have any worry. Only things and even the current medical test also been highly simplified. Even we have associated with some labs, so that information also has been shared with people who has an intention to come. So it's very simple. So first is your elder people. Second is you are talking about work from home. Internet facilities are there. Of course, we got a good table to work on, as if this is a table we had it earlier. There's a similar table we got it. So my Ma Vimukta is so happy. She feels like just like in a home, and she's working. So it's happening so beautifully. So there is no, you can do how you sit in your 1-bedroom hall kitchen or 2-bedroom hall kitchen. Same way you can continue your work. And of course, morning routines will help you do your work very efficiently. So you don't have, and evening you don't need to go and break your head with Netflix and so on and so on. You have a very beautiful spiritual sessions, and you will really enjoy it. So it's a flavor of IA. Ma has very nicely said it's a flavor of IA, where you can do your work and you can continuously do that. And like what's happening, like so-called luxuries are here. We are not finding luxuries. If you compare to what you are getting, it's way ahead, and you can't think of it. It's completely a beautiful spiritual retreat. But let's keep that in mind. All this logic comes if you are not getting the context in place. Okay, when you have an intention on, even if you are thinking of coming, or even if you are hearing what Swamiji says, this message is for you, and you are the person. Treating life is very important than anything else. Keep that question always: is my work is more than a life? Is my parents' life is more than anything? It's nothing but you keep and save your dear and nears this year. That's a simple projects you take, and there is no restriction. You can come anytime. You can go anytime. You will be never bounded to do this work. Okay, we are not here to just use your work, not at all. We are here to make your spiritual fiber in such a way that even your work from home or any other work what you are doing, it's going to become more live and live and live. Food wise, I have to tell, it's once again, if anybody has tasted our ashram foods, it's routine. I mean, for our devotees, they know what happens when you get IA food. Okay, it's unlimited foods. So beautiful foods, 11 items, morning, afternoon, evening, you get it. So beautiful. And apart from this, herbal medicines are coming in right time. And I have not seen in anywhere, any hospitals, they would be calling, and they are regularly calling and check up, is kashayam has come, have you taken that? Okay, because here we are into community living, so much care and attention has been taken care of. Okay, it's very important, so that we it's as I said, Swamiji has taken a risk. That much micromanagement has gone inside in managing it. When your quality of life, it is not affected, but at the same time, back end, so much system and process and beautifully aligned work. And our sannyasis and our volunteers are so beautifully working in such a way to provide that quality life to you, where you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, you can breathe, and very much you can say a quality life you will have without any impact. To whomever I speak, they say, we have one work which I'll complete. Then I'll go in deep. Tell me what is the work. You have to sell or buy. Okay, this one same thing you can do after 4 months, right? What is next? Okay. 99% of people, 99.99% of people, there is nothing that you have to do something and you can't come over here. It's only a mind game. Okay, here we are not asking for a program or anything. Is there just you have to shift your base. Your life is not going to shift. Only your space is going to shift with a lot of quality in it. That's what I want to say. And once again, thanks so much, Swamiji, for this great opportunity. I mean, we don't have anything else to say. Then thanks so much, with a lot of gratitude. And
wonderful, Ayya. Thank you very much, Ma, and thank you very much, Ayya, for joining us on this panel and sharing with every one of us, especially all the viewers who are out there. So many beautiful points were clarified with respect to the mental health, the physical health, what exactly is happening as an internal person being outside in that COVID world versus being inside in Adi Kailasa, protected from all of these things in every different level, psychological, physical, in every different way, being protected by Swamiji. Thank you very much, Ma and Ayya, for joining us and sharing your insight on this. And to all the viewers also, I would like to just share one thing and reiterate one thing. Swamiji just told, Devi just told, Parashakti herself revealed through our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This year, just stay alive. And that should be your only goal for this life. So let's just be integrated to that. All of you, the doors of Kailasa are open. You can register. The scroll link, the link is already provided for all of us, kailasa.org/Kailasa camp. So please go over to that and register yourself if you'd like to receive and be protected from this COVID. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment. We'll now be moving on to the next segment of today's Parashakti Akashic readings. Please stay tuned for the further segments. Thank you.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam everyone. So now moving ahead in the next session, we had a beautiful sharing from the Sri Abhimukta and Mahavimukta in the previous session, where you get to learn about the various things related to the COVID situation, how the outside world is facing, the various challenges, and how you are having amazing life at Adi Kailasa, far away from any news event of the COVID or the various impacts that one is facing in the outer world. Now moving ahead, we are going to be discussing on to the various offerings onto Devi Parashakti. All these various offerings that you are going to be learning here will be as per the Vedic scriptures, as per the Vedas and Agamas. So all the various scriptures mentions about the various offering that can be made onto Devi Parashakti, onto your beloved Guru Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam. Here we are going to be discussing few out of many offerings that can be made onto Devi Parashakti. So now in this session, we are going to be learning about the context or the bhava, attitude with which you should be making onto offering, the various types of offering. Then next part will be various types of offering that you can make onto, and also will go through the steps involved into making the various offerings. So now we'll enter into the session. So first thing that we are going to be learning about is the significance of offering. So whenever we make the offering, we need to understand the context with which we have to make the offering. It's always important to understand the context behind every action that we are taking off, because it's the context which brings the fruit, not the action itself. So it's very much important that we ground ourselves, that we have the context of why we are doing what we are doing. So here we are going to be understanding the significance of offering, the space from which the offering should be made onto Devi Parashakti. Understand, offering is giving a divine gift of pure love, devotion and oneness, and it consists of two parts. So whenever you are making the offering, it's not just the gift, the pure matter, the matter that you are giving, but rather whenever those matters, those offerings are being given, with that you pour the space of love, you pour your love, you pour your devotion and oneness. So actually you are pouring, more than giving any gift, you are pouring your love, devotion and oneness. What you have earned, hard earned by putting your life, your time, your energy. So all the wealth that you have gathered, all the money, everything that as a human being that we gather in our life is nothing but very extension of our own energy, our own time, our own life that we have put into it. It's really our own extension. So when you are going to be making offering, what you have earned with a lot of hard effort, lot of putting life and time, you can offering that with a lot of love, devotion and oneness. When you pour that with the love and devotion, that's the real divine gift that you give to Devi Parashakti. So understand, giving will have the two part where you're giving, the offering is two part where you give, and the other part where the divine accepts your love and devotion. Or you can say it's also your hard work that you are offering unto Devi Parashakti, showing your love to Devi Parashakti. So through that space of love and gratitude, you are giving the very life of you. And when you offer to Devi Parashakti, when you make the offering unto the divine on your Ishta Devata, only when they accept, only when the divine accepts your offering, the offering becomes complete. So not just when you offer, the offering is complete, but when you offer and divine accepts your offering, that is the time when your offering becomes complete. Offering, whenever you make the offering, understand, you should not make the offering out of fear or greed. Never ever the offering should be made out of the fear and greed. Always the offering should be from the pure space of gratitude, love, devotion, and the very space of oneness itself. The another important point that one need to understand before he makes the offering is that when an avatar, when an incarnation lands in the human body, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played and for only the purpose of enlightenment. So when an incarnation accepts the offering, when he put forward this opportunity in front of all of us, understand, it's a part of his grand Leela, the divine Leela that he is playing, and only the divine Leela is meant only for the purpose of enlightenment. So every single offering that you are going to be making here is not, these are all are from the Vedas and Agama as per the Hindu scriptures. Also, they are only meant for the purpose of enlightenment. The offerings can be made for the various purposes. The scriptures describes the various purposes that can be associated. It could be for the name and fame. It could be for material wealth. It can be for the progeny. It can be for the various reasons. But when you make your offering unto the divine, unto the incarnation, understand, when you are making the offering, which is the part of purely the grand Leela of an incarnation, it is only for the purpose of enlightenment, it is only for the purpose of moksha. And all the charity, all the donations which are done for the purpose of moksha are of the ultimate nature. That's what the scriptures says. The Dhyana Sloka of Devi Parashakti. So now, we need to understand the one question which comes in front of us, that yes, we need to make the offering out of the pure space of devotion, oneness and love. Understand, Dhyana Sloka is one of the very important aspect, important practice to manifest the space of oneness towards Devi Parashakti. When we meditate on the Dhyana Sloka actually is the guideline on how to meditate onto Devi Parashakti to manifest the very dimension of Parashakti, to manifest the oneness with the divine. So that's why it's we are going to be learning here about the Dhyana Sloka. We see Dhyana Sloka gives us the understanding on how the form of the divine should be meditated upon, how the form of the divine should be visualized, that help us to manifest the oneness with that divine. So Dhyana Slokas are mentioned in the various scriptures, specifically in the Agamas. The Dhyana Sloka has been mentioned where the ritual, where the pujas onto Devi Parashakti or the puja onto the divine is mentioned, described. So it says moon-like face. So this is the description of the form of Devi Parashakti. Moon-like face, holding Vedas in hand, fire in eyes with the lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, one hand with the japamala. So Devi Parashakti, her face shines like the moon, who is holding Vedas, all the four Veda in her hand, the fire in the eye, the lotus flower, gracing and blessing hand. So one hand with the japamala, one hand with the flower, beautifully decorated with a jeweled ornament in the wonderful clothes and shining being a crown. Her name is Manonmani. So this is the Dhyana Sloka for Devi Parashakti, known as Manonmani. She is being called here as Manonmani. The next Dhyana Sloka says, I meditate on Devi with the three eyes glowing like a moon. So here it said that the Devi, all the three eyes, two eyes plus the third eye, glows like the moon, who is holding Vedas, lotus, and gracing and blessing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. Now we'll understand the significance of the element gold. So once we understand the context with which the offering need to be made, and then also we understood the Dhyana Sloka on how to meditate onto Devi to manifest that pure space of devotion, love and gratitude towards Devi Parashakti. Now we'll understand what are the various way one can make the offering. Like when you are making the offering, it could be the currency in which your country had the currency of that country, or it could be some material. So out of the many forms through which the donations, through which the offering could be made, out of that we are going to be understanding the significance of the divine element gold. So out of all the various elements, whether it's gold, silver, and any other elements which is used in the offering, gold is one of the supreme and divine element. We are also going to look into the various scriptural references and its significance on why gold is used so much into all the offerings. Not just the offerings, even in the various rituals involving the Homa, or Vishekam, or the consecrations of the deities. So this is from the Atharva Veda, 5th Sukta, the 5th Mandala, 28th Sukta, 6th verse, says, the triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, watery molecules. Let the triply gold be for your long life. So gold, we understand how the very birth of the gold has happened. So this is the divine, this is as per the Hindu science, the greater science of Hinduism reveals the very existence, the birth of gold, how it happened. So gold actually is triply born because it carries the DNA of the three gods, which is the Agni, which is fire, Apaha, which is water, Soma, which is moon. So the translation, as per the translation, we see that it is carry the DNA of these three, and that's why it has another significant role, because it's really the divine. It carries the very quality of divine even in the form of matter. So that's what makes the gold as a very divine element. And the other significance of it is that it purifies anything it touches. We know the quality of Agni, it literally purifies the burns, everything that comes into its contact. Water, known for its purification process. Moon, known for that. So the gold carries the same quality, that anything it touches, it purifies. It is an element of a spiritual significance. It has a great spiritual significance. We are going to understand that also, what all the spiritual significance it carries. It has the spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or anyone who operates in its vicinity. So the gold element has this ability, this quality to hold the sattva energy, to hold the enlightenment energy, to hold the positive thought currents energy. Not just the ability to hold it, but also to radiate it to anyone who wears, anyone who sees, or anyone even operates in its vicinity. It has the ability to transmit that sattva energy. Means the moment you come in the contact, in the vicinity of gold, you will experience the sattva energy, the very peaceful, blissful energy you are going to be experiencing. You will also be recharged with the powerful cognitions, the various powerful cognitions which is lying there by being in the presence. Understand? When the gold has the quality, so whenever the gold is consecrated or carries those powerful cognitions, it can simply replicate or pass those powerful thought currents into the person who works in the vicinity, who wears it, who sees it also. So it is not just beneficial to the person who wears it, the person who can afford it, but rather also to the person who sees it, the person who get to work in the vicinity. Even to those people, gold passes the powerful sattva energy, the energizing, the recharging energy to everyone. Gold has been mentioned in all the various scriptures, whether it is Vedas, Agamas, Shruti, Smriti, Itihasa or Purana. In all these scriptures, the gold has been, the glory of the gold has been sang in all the various scriptures, whether as an ornament or as a decoration, or in the constructions, or in the puja rituals, or in the sacred arts like making the deity itself. In Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that the gold is most auspicious, understand, most auspicious and the purest metal which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in the gold. Ritual fees were offered in the gold bricks. So that is how the Hindu civilization lived, thrived. That is how it flourished. That everything used to be built in the gold. The currency used to be the gold. The rituals, fee used to be offered in the gold bricks. Also, when one was to be saved from the life-threatening situations, life-threatening illnesses, the gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with a huge door of gold. The street would have a huge column and huge archways made of the gold. Horses, cows were dressed in the gold. So that is how the Hindu civilization lived. When the civilization actually lived on the principles of Vedas and Agama, we can call that as a Hindu civilization. So when the humanity, when the country, when the nations lived on the principles of the Vedas and Agama, they lived with the huge wealth, with the huge richness, with the pure science of enlightenment, imbibing the science of enlightenment in every aspect of their life, whether it is whether they want to enjoy the material wealth in the form of their mansion, in the form of economic life, business life, married life, any kind of life. Everywhere the lifestyle were made in such a way that it always leads toward enlightenment, and for that purpose the gold was abundantly used. Not just little bit, we see the huge amount of gold were used. So you can understand that the gold, when nowadays when the gold has become one of the very luxurious element, very costly element to purchase, it's used by very few of the people who are wealthy, who are very rich people. So it was not meant, when the scriptures ask somebody to donate in the form of gold, it is not for the sake of making good amount of money for the priest, for the Brahmin, or for the Acharya, or for the Guru, but rather it has a much higher purpose, because when the Hindu civilization lived, it really lives the gold in every aspect of life. So when you see that when the golds used to be used even for the decorating, dressing the cows, horses, when the buildings are built, when the roadside arches, and the kingdoms, all those are built in the gold. Means gold was a very commonly used element. It was not so luxurious element, so we cannot hold on to this logic that the gold were used for the sake of making money. The gold was purely used for the purpose, for the reason of its divine, for its significance of the divine nature that it has, for the reason that it bestows. It can pass the sattva energy, it can pass the positive thought currents to the person who works around it, who sees it, who wears it. Understand, Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the river of the gold. Indus river was called Hiranyamaya, which is mentioned. Hiranyamaya means river of the gold, which is mentioned in the Rig Veda 10th Mandala, 75th Sukta and 8th verse. The river Saraswati is called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. So gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to one you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in the gold. Deities are made in the gold, decked and adorned in the gold. So even nowadays, if you go to the many of the big temples, still we get to see many deities will be created, many deities will be carved in the gold itself. After n number of invasions, destructions that happen to the temples, the loot that happened to the temple, still there are few temples where we can see the temples are paved with the gold. If you go to the Kashi Vishwanatha or Madurai Meenakshi temple, so and Tirupati Balaji, we still get to see that the temple walls, the temple Gopuram, sorry, the temple Garbhagriha are paved in the gold. It is covered with the gold sheet. The deities are made in the gold and decked and adorned in the gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. For only one reason, that it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands and thousands of years. Hindu civilization, Hindu Vedagamic scriptures are very clear about the purpose of the human life, which is to attain mukti, attain the liberation, attain the enlightenment, and everything has been centered around that. Everything has been designed to help us move towards the enlightenment, and gold has one of the significant role into that, and that's why the deities are made with the gold. The temples are decked with the gold and gold plates. So now we'll get into the various offering onto Devi Parashakti. The first being E-Hundi. So the scripture says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayani. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through the true devotion, and she removes all the fear. So here we get to learn about how to make the offering unto Devi Parashakti, or how to receive the grace of Devi Parashakti herself. So to receive the grace of Devi Parashakti, the most easiest is as Devi is fond of devotion. When we harness, when we manifest the space of devotion, through that true devotion, we can realize Devi Parashakti. We can really win over Devi Parashakti through the devotions. And when we win over Devi Parashakti, she blesses, she graces with all the conscious blessings, all the enlightenment also. If there is any fear in the mind of the devotees, they be sure to remove that fear. It is stated that they will like to be worshipped in autumn. So here we'll understand what is the meaning of autumn, in what context the autumn has been mentioned. Here it means that the autumn of our life, when our thought turns more and more inward. So the season of autumn means when our thought has turned more and more inward, means when we have become more and more centered on our jiva, when we have become more centered on the self rather than on the outer world, on the materialistic world, when we turn our awareness, our attention inside, that is the season of autumn, and that creates an vatavarana to realize the divine. That is the space in which the divine can be known and understood more clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes more and more stronger. So we'll understand some of the meaning of the words which has been used in the previous sloka. It says the Sambhavi, which means the consort of Shambhu, which is Devi Parashakti. Sharada Aradhya means the Aradhya of Sharada, which is Devi Lord Saraswati. Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says that the Lord Shiva is called Sarva in his earth form. This name Sarva is mentioned in other Puranas also, where Lord Paramashiva has been addressed as Sarva. Sharmadhaine, Devi bestows happiness on the devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion, your love, your experience of oneness unto Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi Parashakti. So now, in the e-hundi, you can make any amount of offering you wish to, whether it is 1 unit of your currency, $1, 1 rupee, or whatever, to any highest amount you want to make the offering. You can go ahead and make the offering. This is e-hundi, and to make the offering, there are 2 options available in front of all of you. One, for the people who are watching through the YouTube or through the YouTube, you can go to the official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Kailasa SPH Nityananda. That is the name of that YouTube channel. You can go to the live video, the video where the live is being played. So many of you would be watching through the YouTube, so you may be aware, or you must be aware, that to the live, when the live is playing, in the comment box you have an option of called super chat. So through the super chat, you can make the donations. You can click on the dollar button, which will be either left side or the right side of the comment box. If you are using the laptop, it will be on the left side. If you are using the tablet or mobile, you will see it on the right side in the comment box where you type the comment. You can click on that dollar option. Once you click on the dollar option, it takes you to the next step of making the payment. So all the payment options are available here. You can make through the credit card, debit card, internet banking, or even the UPI transactions you can do. So it's very easiest way of making the offering onto Devi Parashakti. This is e-hundi. You can make any amount of donations, any amount of offering you can do here. Second option, you can visit the tiny.cc/Devi readings, Devi offerings. When you visit that link, there also you get the option of e-hundi where you can make any amount of donations. Also at the end of this session, we'll show you we'll guide you on how to make the offering through both these options. The next offering unto Devi Parashakti is offering of Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, Satya Sankalpa chanting. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So you can offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, which blesses the person, offering with all the fruition of the desires that wishes he is yearning for. So this is a very elaborate Sankalpa chanting. There is a detailed process which we are also going to be seeing maybe after the Bhava Samadhi Darshan sessions. Once we learn about the Bhava Samadhi, the context of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we'll have the Sankalpa chanting. So in this Sankalpa chanting, which is as per the Agamic scriptures, Agamic injunctions, where all the gods and goddesses, all the divines being are invited, invoked, and in their presence, your names are chanted onto Devi Parashakti, where all the great boons, blessings, all that are prayed, also the prayer is made to remove any kind of dosas, any kind of obstacles that you have in your life, and you are blessed with all the great boons, blessing, everything. So this is one of the great opportunity to experience the conscious breakthrough in your life just by Sankalpa, making the conscious resolution in presence of Devi Parashakti, in presence of the Divya Sarira, in presence of Swamiji himself. So you can make this offering by paying $1 and this option is available through tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So after making the payment, you will also be directed to a link at the end of this slide. Will direct you to another link where you can where you can submit the name for the chanting to be done. So next in the offering to Devi Parashakti is Sahasranama Swarnakasu. Sahasranama, which means 1,000 names. Swarna, gold, and Kasu is a coin. So Shastra, the scripture Lalita Sahasranama says Devi is the one who likes the repetitions of her various names. She is called as the Nama Parayana Prita. She who likes chanting of her name. Prita means she who likes. She, Prita means likes. Parayana means chanting. Nama means the names, the various names of Devi Parashakti. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. All the various names, the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti will be chanted here, which bestows all the Ananta Kalyana Guna associated with each names of the Devi Parashakti. Each name of Devi Parashakti is the various manifestation, her very own manifestation of the various Ananta Kalyana Gunas. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next in the offering is Mukta Anguthe, finger ring with the pearl. The translation says that I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garland of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklet that are studded with a gemstone and has a small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So this offering is available in three denominations of $251 USD, 501 USD, and 750 USD. In these three denominations, you can make this offering unto Devi Parashakti, which is Mukta Anguthe, the finger ring with the pearl. So you can offer the finger pearl, and receive the blessings to be showered by her compassion and the pure love in all your business endeavors. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is a Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And this is from the Kamika Agama, where it says that all the colors, this is basic explanation. This is taken from the Kriya Pada, where the various homas and abhishekams are described and how the hues of golden lotus has been told. So all the colors should be wound around with the suitable thread and covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. So whenever the various offerings unto Devi Parashakti is made, whether in the form of homa or abhishekam or any rituals, when the colors are wound around with the thread covered with a new cloth, they should also be adorned with the lotus flower made of the gold. So that's where we see the significance of gold in the offering to Devi Parashakti. So there are hundreds of scriptural references in almost all the Vedas, all the Agamas. In the Kriya Pada, we get to see about the importance of using lotus in the worship of Param Shiva, or the various dimensions of Param Shiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves whether it is a consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on, or the mudras and asana used during the worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Even the Shakti of Parameshwara is called lotus. The base of Parameshwara Linga is lotus. The disciple of Parameshwara is also considered as lotus. So you can offer the gold lotus in any size, the gold lotus in any size you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, the space, powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation of your life. So this, you can make the offering by paying $600 USD. You can make the offering of Swarna Padma Pushpa. The next is the Swarna Methi, the gold touring. The Shastra says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the mind of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. So all the devotees who prostrate at the feet of Devi, just by the brightness from the toenail destroys the darkness of ignorance from the mind of devotees. So you can make this offering of Swarna Methi, the gold touring, onto Devi Parashakti by paying $750. Will guide you to the link how to make the payment onto that. So Swarna Methi you can offer to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspect of our life. The next is a Swarna Mantika, gold hairline jewelry. The scripture says Devi Parashakti is the Sudha Sarvi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, means the one who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. So see, offer the Mantika, you can offer to Mantika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessing of achieving the blissful state of overflowing growth, the beautiful blissful state of overflowing gratitude and a space of complete completion. You can make this offering by paying $750. The next offering is Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva onto Devi Parashakti. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotees who prostrate at her feet. Her feet defeats the lotus in the beauty. So this scripture says that this illuminating splendor of Devi toenails dispels the darkness, the tamoguna, the ignorance from the devotee who prostrate at the Devi feet. Sloka number 83 of Saundarya Lahari also states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial being who always prostrate at the feet of Devi. Tamoguna means the darkness, and in that stotram of the tamas is indicating of the ignorance in the mind of the devotees, and by constantly prostrating at before Devi, the ignorance is removed and they attain the knowledge. So you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and offering a Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nityananda Paramsham. Also, you can offer the Vastra Seva, which is $1,008. So both Pratyaksha Pada Puja and Vastra Seva, both of that can be offered individually by paying $1,008. So now we'll look at all the various offerings that we went through in this session. So the total 9 different offerings are available for all of us to offer our pure gratitude, devotion, love and oneness, and also to experience the space of gratitude, devotion, oneness with the Devi Parashakti. So the very first one being the E-Hundi, where you can offer any amount, the smallest unit of your currency to any highest amount you want to make offering onto Devi Parashakti. Then the next is the Sankalpa chanting, which you have to make the $1 offering. It is the offering of conscious resolution, where you make the Satya Sankalpa, where you create the conscious resolutions to bring conscious manifestation, the conscious breakthrough in your life. You can. The next in the offering was Devi Sahasranama Kasu, where the 1008 names of Devi is inscribed one on one kasu, each name on the gold coin, and you can make this offering onto the 3 denominations, which is $25, $157 and $251. Then comes Mukta Anguthi, which is pearl finger ring. You can make this offering by paying $251, $501 and $750. Then Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is golden lotus flower. You can make that offering by paying $600, $1,200 and or $1,800. Swarna Metti, which is gold touring in the lotus feet of Devi, which is $750. Swarna Mantika, and then Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. Then comes Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva. Both the offering can be made by paying $1,008. So now we will also guide you on how to make the various offering, how you can make the payment. So in the registration form, you will get the options where you are ready to offer today or you have the intention to offer the specific sevas. And so we'll go to the each of this individual link and get to see. So you can make the online payment. If you are already ready to make the payment, you can visit the link tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And after you make the payment, we'll actually visit this link and see how to make the payment. And once you have made the payment, you can submit the details for your name to be chanted during the puja on the link tiny.cc/sankalpa2021. So first visit the link tiny.cc/Devi offering. So once you click on this link, you will be led to this website. Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan donations, and here you can make any offering between $1 to $20,000 unit. And so here what you have to go, you have to choose for sevas. So you can see the various options are available, all those options which we discussed in the earlier session. So you can choose an option. You can choose the Sankalpa chanting. Let's say you go for the Sankalpa chanting. So you can choose the Sankalpa chanting and automatically it displays the amount that one need to offer or one need to contribute. Also, if you have many members from your family and friends for whom you want to offer, so you can increase the quantity here. So it will become $3, $4. If you have, let's say, 10 members in your family and you want to chant for all those 10 members, you can select the quantity to be 10. If you have 5 members, you can select for 5 and chant for that one. So here, then once you are done with that, you can go and click on this link called Add to Cart. So once you click here, it will take you to the next page. So here again, if you wish to change the quantity, so you can increase or decrease the quantity here by this option quantity, and accordingly it will show you the amount that one need to offer. Okay. So once you click on the quantity, you will have to update cart. Once you update the cart, it will update the total amount that need to be paid. So because if you just change the quantity and do not update the cart, it will not, like the moment if I change here 910, so it does not reflect $10 here. For that you need to update the cart here. So I click on the update cart. Okay. So as we update the cart, the total amount get updated. So once you are very sure of number of people you want to make the offering, you can click on proceed to checkout. So you click here on proceed to checkout. So here you will have to give the billing details. So you can fill your name, last name, all the various other information which is given here. All the star marks are mandatory. So you'll have to give email address, phone number, country, all the various things. Then you can also create an account here. You can place the order, and then the various payment options are available. You can make the payment with the credit card, and other card options are available. Once you fill these information, you select for I have read and agree to the website terms and conditions, and then you can click on place the order, and it will place the order for you. Then once you are done with that, I'll just complete this specific part, then we'll move to the next one. So once you have made the payment for the Sankalpa chanting conscious resolution, then you'll have to check for the next link, which is tiny.cc/sankalpa chanting. Okay. So on that name, I'll show you the link exact. Okay. So that link is tiny.cc/sankalpa2021. So when you type this link in your browser, it will lead you to this specific form where you can sankalpa name. So you can fill the various confirmation that you need to give, and once you do that, you can put the payment amount. Okay. Also, if you payment via wire transfer, please email your receipt and copy of passport to accounts01kailasaltd.com. So if you are making through via wire transfer, okay, if you are using wire transfer medium, you will have to send a receipt and copy of your passport on this email ID. Then you can fill here the payment amount, payment date, which will be today, prayer's first name, so the name, first name, last name, email, phone, city, state, country, all these various informations, and you can select the offering as Parashakti Arulvaku. This is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Actually, this is the Akashic reading, Parashakti Akashic reading session is there. So you can choose this option, Parashakti Arulvaku, and you can submit on the next. You can also, this is the Sankalpas, you can click on $1 Sankalpa here, actually offering for Sankalpa chanting, and then you click on the next, it will take you to the next option. So now we'll look into the other options on how to make the various other contributions. Okay. So again, to make other, you can come here, come back to this specific piece, and Parashakti Bhavasmandi Darshan donation. You can choose for any other offering. Okay. Let's say you want to do the offering of Devi Sahasranama Kasu. Okay, so you can choose, there are 3 denominations available. You can choose for $75, or you can choose for 151 and 251. So whichever you choose, accordingly the amount displayed here. You can change the quantity also if you wish to, and based on that you can add it to cart option, and once you do that, okay, so it saves the earlier offerings also. So you can actually cancel if you want to. Let's say you want to remove this one, I can cancel here, and it will be removed. Okay, so now you have only one option, which is Devi Sahasranama Kasu, pure gold coin with each 1 sacred name of Devi Parashakti from 1008 name, with price $151. So you can make this, and again you can proceed to the checkout, same as the e-hundi option or the Sankalpa chanting option that we have. You have to fill the billing details, your card details, and then you place the order. So this is how you have to be putting the various informations. So now we give a few minutes for all of you. Understand everyone? So now we'll also go through how to ask the questions onto Devi Parashakti. So when the Parashakti comes blesses all of us with her darshan through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the Nijavatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have the very easy option for all of you to put your questions, put your prayer, request, boons and blessing, whatever you want to ask from Devi Parashakti, you can ask those through this simple, following these simple steps. Okay. So what you have to do, actually, you need to go to, if you are not watching through the YouTube, I hope many of you are watching through the YouTube. So you are already on the right place. If you are not watching through the YouTube, let's say if you are watching through the Facebook, Twitter, or any other social media platform, or any other YouTube channel, you can come to Kailasa's SPH Nityananda, which is the official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can come to this channel and you can subscribe, and also you can join option, you can click for the membership option. So while you put the questions can only be submitted through the chat options, the comment options, sorry, through where you can comment, and these comments options are open only to the person who are the member of this official YouTube channel. So first thing that you need to do is to become the member, and for becoming a member, you need to click on this join button. So just next to the subscription button, you will see this option join. Once you click in this for becoming a membership, the first step is become a member. Once you become the member, the next step is, once you become the member, you will be able to post your comment. Means here you are going to be posting your questions, boons and blessings, whatever is your prayer, you are going to be putting in front of Devi. So these options will be enabled by this channel now. So once you select on the join option, so let's go by step 1. So step 1, we'll learn more about this one. So for becoming a member on this official YouTube channel, you need to click on join. So the moment you click on the join, it leads to the next screen, which is membership option. You can join this option. So various options are available. You can join the E-Kailasian bronze option. You can also choose for the silver, gold membership, premium membership, and another sorry, this is platinum, and the another one is premium option. So any of these various subscriptions you can go for, you can choose for those subscriptions. All the subscriptions comes with a different perks, and even if you select any one of them, that gives you opportunity to comment, to put your questions while Devi Parashakti is live through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can select any one of the membership option available to you, and you will click on the join button. So actually, you click on the left side. If you want to become a bronze membership, you can click here. If you want to subscribe for silver option, gold membership, platinum or premium membership, you click on this tab. The moment you click on this tab, it will lead you to the amount that one need to pay and the join button. So you can click on the join. Once you click on the join, it will take you to the next payment option where you can complete your purchase. So different subscriptions have the different amount that you need to pay, and once you come here, you can select for the various options. Actually, the various payment options are also available. Here you are seeing the Google Pay. I'll directly take you to the YouTube, and from there also we can see. So these options, you will be able to fill the detail, and you can go for fill up your credit card or debit card detail and click on buy option, and you can make the payment. So actually, I'll show you on the YouTube directly also how to make. So if you are watching through your laptop, you will see under the live section, live comment section, or the top chat where you are seeing. On the left side, you see a dollar option. If you are watching through the mobile, you will see the same option on the right side. You will not be seeing on the left side, it will be coming on the right side. So you can click on the dollar option. The next, after becoming a member, you have to click on the dollar option for making your contribution through the super chat. But if you just want to put your questions onto Devi Parashakti, now this chat section will be enabled for you. You will be able to type your prayer, boons and blessings, whatever you want to ask to Devi Parashakti, you can type here and send it. Or if you want to make any other further e-hundi, any contributions you want to put, if you want your comment to be highlighted, even this option is used for highlighting your comment. So you can click on the dollar sign. While you make the payment, it will give you the super chat option. Once you click on the dollar, you get the option of super sticker. Through that, you can select the various super sticker and you can send it to Devi Parashakti. You can select on super chat option. Once you select the super chat option, here you can select the various amount that you want to pay, and also you can write your comment. Okay, so here this option is being shown here. Let's say the person has selected 100 rupees. So 100 rupees is shown here, and then you get the option also to write your prayer or blessings. You can write any comment you want to write here, and based on the amount that you donate, your comment stays for that long time, long period. So this is from the YouTube directly. So you can buy and send. Once you click on the buy and send, it buys and your comments are highlighted. So you can select the amount you want to buy. You remember the comment that is pinned at the top of the chat for different time based on the amount you select. So the higher amount you select, the longer your comments will be seen on the top. Okay. Here. So if you, for the next option is to click on the buy button. So if you once you have selected the amount that you want to donate 100, 200, 500,000, whatever amount, as per your country, that currency unit will be shown. So this here it is showing rupees. If you are from the other country, your country currency will be shown. In that country currency, you can make the offer. You can add the credit card or debit card. You can add the bank account with the Bhim UPI. Means if you are using the UPI payment gateway, you can use the UPI also. Or you can directly use the credit card or debit card. So you can select any one of these options, whatever option is suitable for you. Also, you can send a super sticker. The same procedure will be following. So here various stickers will be shown. You can select some of these, and you can accordingly you can select and send that option. Also, you can put your comment directly on the Facebook also. So you will have to go to official Kailasa Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, JGM Nityananda Parameshwaran Facebook page, and the first step is like. So this if you have not liked this option, here you will be seeing like option. So like and follow Kailasa's SPS Nityananda Parameshwaran Facebook page, and under the comment box you can ask your questions here. So you can type the question here, and the questions goes to Devi Parashakti. You can also reply on Twitter. On the Twitter, so you go to the official Twitter handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can click on the following. You can also click on the bell button to get continuous notifications. So you follow this, and then you can ask your question. Go to the reply section on the tweet with hashtag ask the avatar. So here you can type hashtag ask the avatar and then type your questions that you want to ask to Devi Parashakti. The fourth option which is available here is question on Instagram feed post. So you can go to the official channel handle of Sri Nityananda on Instagram. So this is with the Sri Nityananda. You search here with the Sri Nityananda, you get this option. You follow, click on this follow button. So follow Sri Nityananda on Instagram, then you can ask your question in the comment box. So the live video, wherever the live is coming, under that live you can go and comment there. The next option is you can ask questions on the WhatsApp chat in kailasa.org. So you can visit the kailasa.org website, and once you go, the left side a pop-up will come here. So on this pop-up you can type your question, ask your question, and send it. It directly goes into the WhatsApp. So the question will be received there, and then you can make the offer. So now I'll lead all of you on the YouTube to show you how to make the payment through the super chat. So here you can go to the Kailasa SPH official YouTube channel, and the moment you go, the first video that you will see will be the live option. So whenever it is live, you will get to see the live option. You can click here. I'll mute here. Okay. And here you see the option of $sign. Okay. Also, you can click here on the join option. Once you click here on the join this channel, you get the e-Kailasian bronze, which is 89 rupees in Indian currency. You can select on e-Kailasian silver. You can go for gold, platinum, and premium. So these are the various options available. If you click on the further join option, it will take you to the next. Here. Okay. So you can add your credit card, debit card. You can actually, when you click on the, okay. So you can add your credit card or debit card number. You can add the billing address. Okay. Once you add the billing address, you can go to the next option of buying here. And then you'll be able to complete your purchase. The next is on the $sign. So through this also you can directly go to all the three options: super sticker, super chat, and join option. All these three are available here. So for putting your questions to Devi Parashakti and putting your e-hundi. So this is also one option of making offering through the e-hundi. You can select any amount you want. You can type here directly, or you can move this dot here on this line. So you can make the various offering. Let's say selected for 10,000 rupees, and then you can type your blessings, the prayer onto Devi Parashakti. So whatever prayer you want to put here, whatever questions you want to put to Devi Parashakti, 350 words you can type here, and it will be pinned. So automatically YouTube will pin your comment, and it will be seen for the duration depending on with the proportion on the amount of offering you are making. So you select the amount, and after selecting the amount, you can click on buy and send option. So here you can make through the credit card or debit card. So as you click on the credit card or debit card, you get this option, or you can change by adding bank account with the Vim UPI. So you can also make the payment through UPI ID. So you can generally it will be phone number at the rate the bank short name will be there. So whoever is using UPI, they would be knowing how to use the UPI ID, and you can put all the details. Okay, or you can go to credit card or debit card. You can fill the various details here, billing address, and then click on the buy option. So through that you can make the various payments. Once you are done with that, okay, you will have the option of typing here. So right now it is enabled for everyone, but as soon as the live darshan starts, which is scheduled at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time, you can actually put your questions here and you can send here. So at that time, only when you are the member of official channel, means at least you should have joined this one, then only this options will be enabled. So once you are done that, you will be able to make the offer. So now all of you can go ahead and try out these options, make the offering, and if you are facing any difficulty, you can directly put your comment, because right now it is enabled for everyone. You can put your concern, whatever problem if you are facing, directly in the comment. There are very volunteers who will be helping you, guiding you on sorting out your issues. So we'll give you a few minutes for all of you to make the e-hundi offering, and also to join the YouTube channel, and how to make the comment, how to put the question onto Devi Parashakti, and then we will move to the next session. Thank you everyone for being in this session. Soon we will move to the next session. Thank you everyone. Nityanandam.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Priya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nityanam everyone. So now we will move to the next session, which is going to be Bhava Samadhi Darshan, preparing ourselves for receiving the divine. So here in this session, you are going to be understanding the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan and how it works on us, how it brings the divine connection with the Supreme, how it puts us in the space of oneness, and how it brings the conscious breakthrough in all of us. And then we'll get into the meditation, which will prepare all of us to receive the divine when the Bhava Samadhi Darshan starts. So we'll move to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us understand what the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in the space of time, rather darshan happens when you are lifted out of a space and time. So while you are watching the darshan, you will not be in the zone of time and space, but rather your being will be lifted out of a space of time and space. So during Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neuron mirror that of the avatar. So we'll also get into the more detail about what is mirroring of neuron, what is neuron and what is the mirroring of neuron, how it actually entangles, how it brings the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar. So before we enter into the darshan of Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakti through the Nijavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, before that we will be led into the guided meditation, the meditation which prepares us, which creates the spiritual and emotional energy. That energy is directed and activated. That is called bhava. So it will be directed and activated towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now we'll listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, beloved Swamiji, explains about the mirroring of neurons, how the mirroring neuron activity happens, how it brings the space of Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, through which we get entangled with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's listen to that.
I am introducing one of the important sacred secret, a spiritual principle to all of you. Please listen. The keyword, mirror neurons. Let me explain the concept. Then we will recognize many of our understandings with this truth. As I said, recognizing is recognizing. Mirror neurons. Very recently, I was studying a research paper where they beautifully established with various analysis researchers on a very powerful truth. For example, if somebody is swimming in the ocean, you stand and watch. Whatever brain activity is happening in that person's brain, whatever activity is happening in his brain, in his neurons, please listen. Even if you are watching, the same activities are mirrored in your brain. The same neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Listen. If you are watching totally, the same effect is mirrored totally in you. If you are absorbed in it, you also know a little swimming. Please listen. If you know a little swimming and you are absorbed in it, you are not swimming, you are just standing. Both brains are in the same frequency, the same effect, and no difference. Listen. If somebody is swimming in the ocean, you are standing and watching. If you don't know swimming, if you are not completely absorbed in it, maybe some 80% is mirroring. If you are absorbed in it and you also know swimming, there is no difference at all between his brain and your brain. The mirroring effect, I tell you, if you are watching totally absorbed in it, then the same activity is replicated in your brain, meaning the same kind of electric and neurotic impulses are activated in your brain. This defines, this demystifies many mystical phenomena. Please listen. Now you know why just by gazing into my eyes, you are in the space of completion. Why just looking at me? You are in the space of completion. I am swimming in the ocean of consciousness in the space of completion. Even the so-called moments of my screaming, whether I am smiling, telling a joke, or that is why even if you are absorbed in what I am doing, even if you are absorbed in the jokes I am telling you, even if you are absorbed in the actions, like very mundane, me serving food, or ordinary actions, walking, sitting, talking, joking, even in the ordinary actions. See, you will not get 100% absorbed in me if I am just sitting in samadhi. But if I am doing normal activities like you will feel comfortable. Oh, like us. Naturally, you will get absorbed. Even that feeling absorbed will put you in the space of completion. This is the reason why the gold, diamond, silk are all put on the deity. Even if you absorb all that ornaments, even that puts you in the space of completion. Usually you do not have the 100% capacity to listen or be absorbed with the happening called life. But if you start doing both, your whole 100% will be on me. How many of you are getting it? Only listening 100% you will not be able to do. Only absorbing 100% you won't be able to do. But that is why here I am playing multiple games. It is literally like a big circus. By the time you understand the joke and start laughing, I already moved on to some other verbal jugglery or brain candy. So naturally, you are absorbed in total absorption. Actually, total absorption, totally being absorbed happens during energization. Whether you are there or not, it's my job. I just pull you to that space during the energization so you cannot escape. And you have to vibrate the same frequency as me. That is why people don't know ABCD of life. Just after the 21 energy darshan, when they go back, it is totally different. Their life is different.
So every one of us understood the how the brain neuron mirrors the same activity which happens in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, while we are completely absorbed in watching, listening, seeing to the divine. Our brain neurons mirror and activate all the processes, not just activate and process all the observed movements or informations of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. So without we getting involved into any kind of action, just by seeing the neuron activity which happens in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, those same neuron activity can be triggered in our brain when we are completely soaked, absorbed into the seeing of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That means our entire body silently and without movement recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. So since Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brain is radiating the superconscious energy, the same brain activity starts happening in our brain, and we also start experiencing the superconscious energy which is being radiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is sitting distances far away. Literally, it is beyond the time and space zone. It does not matter how far he is. Simply the entanglement happens, the mirroring of neurons happen, and through that the various activity starts in our brain. So the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon modern world or modern science is just discovering in terms of the quantum tunneling. This science is known to Hindu civilization for eons ago, which is mentioned as the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. So in the Sanskrit, it is known as the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, and these sciences are elaborately explained in the Kamik Agama and in the various other Agamas also. Our thoughts per second reduces significantly as we get entangled with the neuron activity of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the various neuron activity which is happening in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The same activity starts happening. That means we also start relaxing into the space beyond thought, as our Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is always in the space beyond thought, always in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. The same state start manifesting in us. Our thought per second reduces significantly. We start relaxing into the space beyond thoughts, which is thoughtlessness, and we become mentally at ease in the coexisting dimensions beyond duality. Means we and the divine become one. The experience of oneness starts happening, which is not affected or unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. So you'll understand a bit about how the quantum tunneling phenomenon happens by taking the example of electron, which possesses the both nature, the dual nature, wave and particle. So electron, which is not just a matter, but rather it possesses the dual nature, which is called wave nature and particle nature. So when we look at the probability of a quantum particle like an electron with the less kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. So an electron acts both as wave and a particle. So you can imagine a scenario where the electron has to pass over on a hill. So when it has to pass, it needs certain amount of kinetic energy which can overcome the potential energy of that barrier. If the kinetic energy is lesser than the potential energy of that hill, it will not be able to pass. But when we consider that as a wave nature, when we consider the wave nature of electron, it can simply pass through the hill and it can propagate to the other side. And this is the science behind the quantum tunneling. The science is imposed on the people who witness the Bhava Darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neuron of divine immediately. Through the quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the exact same neurons. So this is the scriptural reference on the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. When Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in the jeweled world, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. When I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness. Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. But I cannot. After due consideration, I find that the only way to release this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika. Now entering into the next part, where Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva. The consciousness expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sarira and manifests as a Nijavatara, physical form for us to experience Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijavatara, physical form Devi Meenakshi. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Subramanya, manifests as Nijavatara, physical form Bhagavan Muruga. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests as Nijavatara, physical form Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SDS Nityananda Paramashiva. Bhagavan Paramdhama expresses being of Mahavishnu and manifests as the Nijavatara, physical form Bhagavan Venkateshwara. The Archavatara deity reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. The avatar, the physically embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of superconscious energy in all of us. So just to bridge the gap that gets created because of our inability to grasp the divine through the Archavatara, the divine takes the manifestation, manifest as the Nijavatara to bridge the gap and take us beyond the space of time and space. When we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara, manifesting beings of the various dimensions of Paramashiva, like we get to have the darshan of Kala Bhairava, Lingodbhava Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. All these are the various dimensions of the Paramashiva. So when we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Nijavatara, manifesting the being of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. So all this divine embodies the various Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the various quality, auspiciousness and powerfulness are associated with the various dimensions of Paramashiva. When we are in the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where we are in the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, all those various dimensions get awakened in us, those qualities are awakened in us, and we also start manifesting those divine qualities in us. Dimensions of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. Understand? It is the most easiest way where we do not have to put any effort to experience the causeless bliss, the experience of ultimate that can happen just through the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. So literally our whole being gets entangled with the Paramashiva or the various dimensions of Paramashiva. It becomes alive because it mirrors the same activity which is happening in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the same quality gets awakened. Our being becomes as alive as that divine, and also we start celebrating with that energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. Even without much effort from our side, our very biomemory awakens to the space of Paramashiva. Ultimate consciousness during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Our very biomemory gets awakened to the space of Paramashiva. Our very biomemory gets purified, rekindled. The higher powerful cognitions get rekindled in us during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. To have the glimpse of having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karma of the lifetime and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. So the karma that we have accumulated in the lifetime, not just in this life, but in the various janmas, the karma which has been accumulated, that gets cleaned, that gets cleared just by the glimpse of the avatar and brings a lasting transformation in us. Now, the next part is the gratitude, bringing the space of gratitude, preparing ourselves to receive the superconscious energy through the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, We need to prepare our physiology, our psychology, our very conscious, so that we can manifest the divine, hold the divine into our physical being itself. So for that, will be led into the meditation. What the meditation that it awakens the gratitude in us, and gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness on all levels. So when we are overflowing with the gratitude, understand the gratitude is the best attitude to receive the divine, the super consciousness. When we are overflowing with the gratitude, when our whole being is pouring the gratitude, the reflection of consciousness, the reflection of super consciousness, the various dimensions of Paramashiva can be reflected on our physical, physiological, and ultimately conscious level. So darshan meditation as a preparation help us to fall into the space of gratitude, and that's why it's very important to do the darshan meditation before we enter into the darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because it prepares us to fall into the space of gratitude. Only when you fall into the space of gratitude, the reflection of super consciousness, the reflection of various dimensions of Paramashiva can happen on all the levels, whether it is physical, psychological, and conscious level. And this is the time when we drop our Satya Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, the Satya Sankalpa of anything we want to manifest or anything we need in our life. So while you meditate, while you fall into the space of gratitude, be ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. And that is all you need, that is all we need to manifest the best for our life and for the life of people around us. So whatever we want to manifest in our life, what we need is just the manifestation of that divine, manifestation of oneness, manifesting the oneness, the quality of oneness in our being. And that all is enough. Now, while you meditate upon, we need to have the right context to receive the darshan. So one side meditation help us to fall into the space of gratitude, and also it sets the right context to receive the darshan, and that right context is the right declaration. Your declaration to Paramashiva, that Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramshivam, and you are in this body. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. So this is the context, this is the declaration that you need to make onto Paramashiva, so that you can be established in the right context. When the gratitude, when you fall into the gratitude, at the same time, you have the right context to manifest oneness with the divine. So with this, now we'll give you time to get ready for Panchopachara Puja. Please get ready with all these 5 offerings that you need to make when we get ready, when we enter into the darshan. So before that, we'll have another session, and then only we'll enter into the meditation. But by the time, you can get ready with these following items: sandalwood paste, flower, incense, lamp, and food offering Nevedya. Please get ready. We'll give you a few moments for that before we enter into the next segment.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara deities, in Nijavatara living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara deities, in Nijavatara living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara deities, in Nijavatara living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara deities, in Nijavatara living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriyapada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriyapada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara deities and Nijavatara living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our bio-memory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Nityanam, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be joining us very soon for the Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now look a little bit more into the revelations which Devi Parashakti has already revealed to the world about this COVID-19 pandemic. With thousands and thousands of people across the globe suffering and without a solution for them, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up the Adi Kailasa campus and has prepared for this pandemic years before. We're now going to be watching a short video about the Nityananda Linga in the Vaidya Sarovar here in the Adi Kailasa Bidadi campus. This Nityananda Linga is made out of the Nava Pashana, which are the 9 types of poisons. These poisons, when used correctly, becomes a medicine for us, for the end user. Swamiji, having insight, knowing that the pandemic will be coming in the future, created the Navapashana Linga so that all of us will be blessed, will be healed, will have a cure for the coronavirus. Let us all now watch a short video about the Nityananda Linga.
அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவ பூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்று செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, அடுத்த சில மாதங்கள்
Yes. So here we have the translation, the rough translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us, to the whole world, for the benefit of our understanding. Roughly translating the sacred secrets which Devi Parashakti has revealed. Even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Paramashodasi, Manon Mani, may responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the good. Search for protection in your life, for your life. And to validate what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic reading, to validate what Devi Parashakti has revealed to the whole world, all you need to do is you can visit and go through so many, just go through Facebook, go through Google. You will find tons and tons of articles telling how bodies are being piled up in cremation grounds. How in Uttar Pradesh, without a means to cremate the body, they are just thrown in the Ganga, the Ganges. There are too many bodies piling up and not enough space to cremate them or even to burn their bodies. Many people have started throwing the bodies into the rivers itself directly, as they are unable to cremate it, neither have the resources nor have the space or time. This is the situation, this is the condition in which humanity is entering into. Joining us today for this segment, we also have Smriti Jnanapravananda and Smriti Sarabeshwara Maharaj. We're going to be taking us further down this line and expanding on the revelations on the Akashic readings of Devi Parashakti. Nityanandam.
Nityanandam, thank you so much, Maharaj, for introducing us. So, moving ahead.
So we got an overwhelming response from all corners of the world regarding the recent revelation we shared regarding the bio war waged on Adi Kailasha. Various sections of the media and public at large expressed their solidarity and support for the bio war which was waged on Adi Kailasha, and recently we had shared about it. We are going to elaborate on that and going to share some more details and answer to some questions which have been raised by people who are very concerned about the well-being of all the Hindus and all the people in Adi Kailasha, and also by questions which have been raised by some sections of the media. So let us visit the topic for the benefit of our viewers who might not be aware of the details. Anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces have launched bio war using seeds of terrorism on the Adi Kailasha ship, which is like the Noah's Ark or Manu's boat, meant for carrying Hindus across these times of crisis, across the COVID pandemic.
So, we will be going into the details of this attack which happened on the Adi Kailasha by some people who do not want this Adi Kailasha ship to survive. So what method they chose was they sent unsolicited seeds, the seeds which were not demanded by anyone. And it is not a very abstract incident. It is actually happening in many parts of the world. We will be covering also that. So now moving on, we will see the details of. First, we'll discuss about the contributions of Swamiji, why it is so important to keep the Adi Kailasha ship safe. what are the contribution, what Kailasa is going to do for humanity, and what for that reason only it is being attacked. Because you do not attack someone who has no value. So the value, immense value that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has, based on that, the attacks are happening.
So one thing which we need to understand here is, although the gun might seem to be pointed on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples and the ecosystem, it is actually intended towards the entire humanity, because the good work being done in Adi Kailasha to protect humanity and particularly the citizens of India from this COVID crisis is what these anti-Hindu forces do not want, and that is precisely why they attacked the Adi Kailasha.
So here we will have a quick introduction about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramshivam, who is the leader of more than 2 billion Hindus across the world. And for the past 26 years, he has worked tirelessly, revived ancient and authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Kanchi Kailash Sarvagya Peetham.
We have gone through the details about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but we are revisiting all these things in the retrospect, in the analysis of the intention behind this bio-war. We might see Swamiji as our Guru, as our guide, as our God, but what Swamiji means for the anti-Hindu terrorist forces, Swamiji is the only hope for Hinduism, which these anti-Hindu forces want to destroy.
So going ahead, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiatives through its de facto spiritual embassies globally strives to unite all nations in the world for global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare towards development goals, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, food bank, holistic healthcare, revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism. So all these things the Sri Kailasa United Nations under different banners is doing.
And has been doing since the past more than 26 years.
And protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse, sexual abuse victims, vegetarianism and climate change, uniting nations against contemporary forms of slavery, animal rights, deforestation, ancient heritage, ancient sciences, nutritious food and hunger-free world, indigenous aboriginal nations, feminine empowerment and feminine and gender equality. So you can see the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations is working in all the fields to keep the humanity safe. Also, Kailasa's food bank functions based on the Hindu principles of food. Also, the food bank, that is very important now in this time of pandemic. The Kailasa's food bank functions on the Hindu principles of food, health and service with a track record of 26 years.
Please understand, all these things are very crucial for us to understand why this bio-war was waged on Kailasha. It is because Kailasha is a safe haven for Hindus in the present ongoing COVID crisis. Adi Kailasha has resources, has more than 100 tons of groceries and grains alone just for protecting the citizens of Kailasha and whoever comes to Kailasha for refuge. In times of crisis, it has been accumulated over almost a decade, and all these things are there to support humanity in these difficult times. Now, if Adi Kailasha is attacked, it is going to have a profound effect on humanity. Please understand, Adi Kailasha has done mega government projects which even a government would not dare. For example, in 2012, Kailasha executed a big flood relief project in Pondicherry, and literally recovered an entire state. Pondicherry is a union territory, and the entire state machinery had collapsed, and Adi Kailasha had the Kailasha volunteers and the welfare forces had gone there and recovered the entire state, including odd works like fixing the transformer lines, and made sure that within less than 7 days, the state was back functioning. We even cleared the roads of blockages with JCBs and made sure that each and every citizen of Pondicherry had food. Such massive projects are executed on a regular basis. Every Paurnami festival in Tiruvannamalai, more than 3 million people are served free organic food. More than 3 million visitors and pilgrims are served free organic food. The Kailasha ecosystem has served more than 1 billion meals in the past 26 years.
So you can see the contribution the Kailasa is doing for the humanity and humanity in large and Hinduism in particular.
And the Kailasha Food Bank is an important component in this. That is why the attack on Adi Kailasha is not just a simple attack. It is an attack on the food security of a large chunk of an impoverished population of India.
Also, we will be just going through quickly the different functions, the different organizations and activities of Kailasa, like Kailasa's organic agriculture and animal shelter.
Kailasha's organic agriculture, which is done in some of the specialized monastic complexes of the Kailasha ecosystem, such as Rajapalyam, grow organic rice and grains, which are used in the Kailasha food bank system, food distribution system, and cater to millions of Hindus and millions of citizens of irrespective of their religion, caste, creed, race.
Yes.
And this is another target of this.
So there are more than 100 locations where this is happening. Also, Kailasa is working for sustainable development.
There are many farmers who are connected with the Kailasha ecosystem, and our organic grains are sourced from these farmers, and it's a huge network of sustainable agriculture ecosystem.
Then we have Kailasa's women empowerment. Kailasa is working extensively on women empowerment. As per the vision of Swamiji, not only male will be doing the puja in the temples, Garbha Mandir, even all genders. So Swamiji has opened all his temples for all the genders.
All the 11 genders.
Not only male or female, but all the genders can do. So that includes automatically, that empowers the females, and also all the in the Kailasa administration, the women are at the top positions. So the women empowerment by the Kailasa organization is at the peak.
And these are some of the things which anti-Hindu extremist militants do not like, who find these things against their ideologies and who attack the Kailasha ecosystem because of their counter views on against Kailasha's progressive stance toward gender equality.
So here you can see that 90%, the greatest Hindu nation today is 90% administered by women. So Kailasa has 90% women in the administration. And it's also, Swamiji has opened the door into initiation into Hinduism's exceptional order, the monastic order. So the being initiated into sannyas, that door has been opened by Swamiji for the woman or for the female sannyasis. So this is the woman empowerment in Kailasa.
Kailasha is also protecting ancient sciences from the depths of Hinduism, such as Hindu medicine, Hindu sciences of power manifestation, Hindu biology, Hindu alchemy, and Hindu physics, including sciences of Vaimanika Shastra and Hindu cosmology and Hindu mathematics.
So you can see 2008 Vedic fire ritual for world peace being performed by members of the sovereign order of Kailasa.
This is from Pondicherry, the very place which we mentioned a few moments ago, where a huge flood relief activity was done in 2012. So it is not just the religious services, not just the social services, all kind of services are offered to all the ecosystems of Kailasha, wherever the Kailasha ecosystem was able to root itself without fear of persecution.
So Kailasa is contributing in the women empowerment, for animal rights, for food security, for sustainable development in all the ways. And the main component is the spiritual component that you can see. The Vedic fire ritual means the yajna or homa that was happening there. Also, you can see the food being cooked during the cyclone, Thani cyclone. The date is
2011.
In the December of 2011, this cyclone Thani happened, and Swamiji reached there by 1st of January
2000.
It was the Swamiji's birth date, like the
celebration
Jayanti.
of his birth star as per Hinduism. But Swamiji cancelled all plans and rushed to help the victims of this cyclone.
And you can see Swamiji himself is cooking during that time.
And similarly, just like how Swamiji has done it before, Swamiji is doing again and has opened the doors for the COVID affected people of India to have themselves in Adi Kailasha and protect themselves through a multi-layered quarantine facility and get the best benefit out of the services which Swamiji has enabled for the welfare of entire humanity.
Meditation classes conducted in local schools by Kailasa's White Om and Sovereign Order of Kailasa. So meditation classes also were being conducted different places, you can see, in schools, and making the people ready to live the enlightened lifestyle.
The Hindu lifestyle and the big and ancient Hindu festivals and pilgrimages like the Kumbh Mela, the festival of Kumbh Mela was taken to the world, to other continents where such grand Hindu pilgrimage and Hindu festivals were never celebrated before. This we see in the 2006, the first conference of world peace to honor the memory of those who had lost their life during the terrorist attack at the World Trade Centers. During the same travel, Swamiji had also brought Kumbh Mela to other continents such as the North America.
At that time, in 2001, Swamiji was only 23 years old. This point is most important. It was 2006 when it happened. So Swamiji was 28 years old at that time. Also, you can see January 2009 Peace March to unite people of all regions for peace was initiated by heads in southern India.
So we have seen in the previous segment where Devi had revealed that she had planned that the Krimi Bhojanam hell should not open in India. And for that, she had planned that Swamiji would be doing a Padayatra to all the Jyotirlingas, the sacred pilgrimage spots of Hinduism, by walk. Swamiji would be doing.
Actually, the 12 Jyotirlingas are the special lingas, the Shiv lingas, which are located at various places in India. And all these have very high spiritual significance. And Swamiji, he had the plan to do the Padayatra from the southern tip of India to the northern tip of India, going through all these 12 Jyotirlingas.
And the picture which we see is precisely of that yatra, that pilgrimage which Swamiji had started. And it is exactly this time that a huge attack was waged on the Kailasha ecosystem by anti-Hindu forces who had launched a massive smear campaign using media machinery, media mafia forces, which continues till date.
You can see the amount on the number of people who have joined in for different peacekeepers peace walk by peacekeepers of Sovereign Order of Kailasa. So such is the phenomenon.
And we understand that such a huge number of people, such a huge number of volunteers and a huge number of citizens of Kailashas follow Swamiji and do all these social services like we have been mentioning. More than 1 billion free food, sattvic meals have been served by Kailasha over the past 26 years with more than 3 million served during a single festival alone, like such as the Purnami, almost every month. How was this made possible? We see in the picture that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Guru Swamiji, is serving food to people with a bandage on his hand. Please understand, this bandage was because of a multiple compound fracture which Swamiji's body underwent when he fell from a horse. The bones actually protruded out of the skin and broke. If anybody is from a medical background or has seen anybody in their family with a multiple compound fracture, it is extremely painful. The bones had actually tore the skin and come out, and that is why if anybody has taken darshan from Swamiji in a very close setting, they will notice a huge stitch. So it is during that moment when his hand was fractured, a steel implant was inserted. This picture is after 2 years of that steel implant having been removed as the bones had joined. And immediately after the operation for removing the steel implant, Swamiji was offering Annadan, the sacred organic food. Why? Because when we do good to the people, their blessings, it comes to us and it actually heals us. That is one part of the spiritual alchemy process, but the inspiration it infuses, just see the smiling faces of the volunteers around, the monks around, it just infuses the energy that
the important point is that if
3rd October 2017.
And then the Om, creation of the largest Om human
chain
Om
of
symbol
Om on the 16th December 2017. So this is what we were mentioning earlier. 18th October 2017, the city of Montclair declared the day 18th October as Paramahamsa Nityananda Day in recognition of the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism towards the superconscious evolution of humanity. On 1st January 2012, this is precisely the day when actually Swamiji had gone to Pondicherry to do the relief work without caring about anything. Around that time, Swamiji was also named as among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities by the renowned esoteric magazine Body, Mind, Spirit. So please understand, this is despite the massive amount of persecution which was done to Swamiji, where he, as a very young monk, survived this persecution and actually expanded his mission to more than 33 countries and then extended it to more than 50 countries over the years, in spite, and that's despite all the persecution.
And actually, the Nityananda Hindu University has satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. So you can consider, you can just imagine how far is the reach. And this is from 31st March 2018, when Swamiji was conferred with honorary doctorate in humanities by the Commonwealth University.
This is a recognition by the United Nations Global Development Organization for the contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for superconscious evolution of humanity. This is from 25th April 2019 by Azteca University in Mexico, giving an honorary doctorate degree to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his contribution in the field of superconsciousness. So coming back to how the COVID-19 has been impacting us, COVID-19 has exposed the vulnerabilities in our systems, in our administrative systems, the failures, the multiple failures in the state machinery, in the media, in the way people live fundamentally as a society. And it's a time where we have to introspect and understand what are the practical implications of these blind spots and how we can deal with it. And also to see how these blind spots are being exploited by the bio-war waged on Adi Kailasha, which is actually targeting humanity in totality.
So we can see the black fungus that is attacking human beings. It is one of the bio wars that is happening. Why? Because all these are created somewhere.
See, please understand, we might agree or disagree when it comes to the COVID-19, the virus behind the COVID-19, that it might be, we might agree or disagree that it might be natural or man-made. But when it comes to black fungus, it is very much man-made. The reason being that black fungus is not a new disease. It has been there for a long time. But why is there such a spike in black fungus is because the very treatment which is administered to the COVID-19 patient, the steroids which are used to cure COVID-19 patients, the same steroids are making the body of these patients highly vulnerable and susceptible to this black fungus infection. So we are having a cure which is not solving the problem, but actually compounding it, because people actually survive COVID-19. The death rate is very less.
It's less than 1%, actually.
But if you look at COVID-19, black fungus,
the death rate is
50%. So if two people are affected by black fungus, one of them dies. It is so fatal.
And Devi, in one of the Parashakti Akashic reading, has very clearly said that it is a bio war opened against the people. So the bio war used now is coming in various ways. One of the ways is the seeds. Another way is the diseases. So you can see the black fungus, which is more fatal than COVID-19 itself. It kills 50% of the people. And so
it is, and the situation which you are facing, it is not natural for sure, because only the people who are administered the treatment for COVID-19 through the use of excessive steroids, only these people are susceptible and vulnerable. Other people are not affected, because these steroids are destroying the immunity of the people, of the patients.
And because of all these attacks in India, you can see so many people are dying that the crematoriums are working at the peak of their capacity, and there is such lack of woods and the place to burn them. The people are choosing to throw their loved ones in rivers. That you can see here, 2,000 bodies found within 1,140 kilometers on banks of river Ganga in Uttar Pradesh.
So we can say on an average, every 500 meters, there's a dead body in river Ganga, a dead body of a COVID patient in Ganga. And it is not a Hindu ritual or any ritual of any community where dead bodies are thrown in the river, because as per Hinduism, bodies are burnt. So what we are seeing is not a ritual. It is not a tradition. Neither it is an error, because we know that the government in the past, even for doing Visarjan, departing with clay deities, when people and Hindu monks have departed with the clay deities and done the Visarjan in the soil, in the river, the police has beaten Hindu monks with lathis, with batons. Why? Because they consider it illegal. They consider it wrong.
They consider it as polluting Ganga. But whereas these 2,000 bodies were thrown in Ganga without anyone asking any question, without any acknowledgement from the government side, without any inquiry. Even see, who are these people? No one knows.
Rather, we are having an elaborate explanation of the possible reasons why people might have dumped it. It's not a question of finding who shot the gun, or just finding out if you see a smoking gun barrel. It's not about that. It is about the responsibility. Who killed them, how they died, who dumped their bodies. It is a combined responsibility, and it cannot be washed by just handing over the smoking gun barrel to someone's hand and blaming that person. It is a responsibility where the state and the sections of the administration are failing, where they are hyperactive in beating Hindu monks when they are doing Visarjan, but there is not anybody batting an eyelid when patients, COVID-19 victims, are put in the Ganga waters.
Also, this is very important fact that we need to brought out. The vaccines that are being given to prevent corona are creating mutant viruses.
So this was revealed by this possibility was revealed by a Nobel Prize winner, and the news report expresses it as a bombshell, but this was denied. And the scientist was dismissed and heavily criticized. But guess what happened subsequently? Over the period of time, the authorities started acknowledging that yes, corona might be airborne, on all these things which the scientists have been revealing. The authorities started acknowledging, and subsequently what happened, the authorities came to the positive conclusion, yes, corona is spreading through the air,
and the variants are being created through the vaccine. That the Professor Luc Montagnier has said that epidemiologists know but are silent about the phenomenon known as antibody dependent enhancement. So the more the cure is being given, the more diseases are getting created. For example, when the vaccines are getting created, they lead to creating variants of the virus. Once the treatment is given, it leads to black fungus. So this COVID-19, whether it is being treated or it is being prevented, in both the cases, new diseases are being produced.
So whether you take a vaccine or whether you go through a treatment once you are infected, both the ways it's dangerous. The only way to protect yourself is to quarantine yourself through a multi-layered protective quarantine, which Devi has herself repeatedly emphasized and Swamiji has provided.
Also, you can see WHO warns it could take up to 5 years before the coronavirus pandemic is under control.
Please understand, there's no government which is revealing this. This is the World Health Organization, because the World Health Organization is an organization without the fear of winning the elections. That is why it can transparently and responsibly, relatively much more transparently and responsibly share what are the important findings to the people all around the globe.
One of the points here is, within 2 years, the economy of the world is crunching. All the people a major portion of the population has been pushed in the poverty line because of the continuous lockdowns, and so many employment has been snatched away from the people. So the people are being pushed into poverty and destituteness. So what is the way for them? How they can survive till 2025?
And please understand, the gap between the rich and the poor has increased already a lot. And these are all reports, public reports available. Home quarantine, and in these crisis moments, home quarantine is not possible, and it has been accepted by the chief minister of Assam, and it has also been accepted by many of the government authorities,
including Maharashtra. So you can see powerful countries of the world closing their borders. All these countries, like you can see the Australia, Bangladesh extends ongoing India border closer. So even Australia, Bangladesh, USA, Australia, everyone, UK, all the UKs, all the big countries, major countries are closing their borders with India.
In fact, head of one of the companies which manufactures vaccines in India, COVID vaccines in India, the CEO fled to the UK before they closed their borders for immigrations.
So you can see this whole thing where the big countries, they are closing their borders for
Not
India.
Not just the big countries, even countries like Bangladesh, which are considered much smaller in terms of economy and influence, both.
But when first world countries closed their borders during this massive global recession, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception.
So this is where the Kailasha is much beyond a civilizational nation. It is much more than a government. It is much more than a super government. It's a responsibility-based enlightenment ecosystem there to serve people. So we should understand by this the kind of impact that Kailasha is already having on humanity, and precisely for this reason it was targeted.
And you can see Devi has revealed that Bharata is a land where the enlightened beings happen again and again. And we cannot afford to lose this enlightenment land, that Bharata. we cannot lose the enlightenment warmth. That's why it's so important to keep this ecosystem alive. So you can see different revelations by Devi Parashakti is saying that for India, I made SIP as protection, the Nityananda Pasan. So we have seen in the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading that how the Hindu birth is important because it is the best of the best. And those who took the Hindu birth, they had the responsibility of keeping the dharma alive. But once they forgot it, that is one of the cause for this pralaya to happen and to teach them and align them to their purpose of life.
And please understand, Adi Kailasha is not just the place where people are finding a safe haven, protecting themselves from COVID, quarantining themselves in a multi-layer quarantine. It is also the place where Swamiji has installed the Navapasha Ananda Linga, which has immense healing properties, which when we bathe under the energized water falling from the Ananda Linga on people, when people bathe in that, various ailments are healed. And this is one of the solutions which Devi revealed for them to protect themselves from this pandemic.
So also Swamiji is mentioning here that the whole Kailasa ecosystem is prepared to keep the people safe during the deluge, this pralaya. And this whole thing was under construction. This whole thing was being planned well ahead in time. Since more than 10 years, more than a decade, Swamiji was preparing all of the Kailasa Adhinams in India and abroad to be prepared for this pralaya. You can see in one of the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti revealed that the Kailasa ecosystem in Malaysia, which Swamiji was trying to create from 2004 itself, when he started his multiple visits to Malaysia, and he actually established the Kailasa in Malaysia twice, which was lost due to the indifference of the people who were entrusted to manage that. So that ecosystem was lost. The only ecosystem now left which can save the humanity during this pandemic is the Kailasa, Adi Kailasa ecosystem. And Swamiji says that he already revealed this to the people, that multi-layer quarantine is the only way to keep the people safe. And Kailasa, the Adi Kailasa campus and other campuses in India, like 12 campuses have Swamiji has opened, only these 12 components have the capacity to give the multi-layer quarantine to the people.
So we already heard, and I'm just revisiting the fact that even the Chief Minister of Assam has accepted that home quarantine is not possible. At the same time, the government is not even revealing that if the government is having any project to enable multi-level quarantine. So here we see how the Kailasha ecosystem is much ahead of the government. I do not know, and I do not claim that the government will be providing such multi-level quarantine facility, or the government can even provide such multi-level quarantine facility. But I feel it is one of the responsibilities of Kailasha as the only Hindu nation to extend its services, which Swamiji has done and nobody is able to do.
You can see the 12 care centers, the COVID care centers, which are opened across India. These 12 centers are open for anyone. It's not based on your faith. It's not based on if you are following Swamiji, then only you can enter.
Even it's not based on your faith, whether you follow Swamiji or not. It's not based on your caste. It's not based on your skin color. It's not based on your race. These are open to everybody.
Even people from other religions, which are not followers of Hinduism, even if they want and they fill up the form, they can come inside and they can stay. So all these 12 centers, these COVID care centers, are open for anyone who decides that the life is more important. And then they can fill up the form. Please fill up the form at kailasa.org/Kailasa care.
So we see that we have a list of 12 such centers, but in 2010 alone, 54 such centers were destroyed. The reason why I'm mentioning is after destruction of 54 such centers, you can see how we are left with only 12. And in the past 1 decade, if not for persecution, surely this would have become 500 or maybe even 5,000. But the significance of these destruction of these 54 centers which happened in Tamil Nadu alone in 2010 is they want to make Adi Kalasha the 55th. The target, why these 54 centers were targeted, for the same reason Adi Kalasha today is targeted by the bio war.
You can see what are the things given to the people who are coming for the quarantine, preventive quarantine facility. They are given free grocery, free accommodation, free medical services, free internet, mask, everything is given free without any commitment from their side. So even the things like castor oil and haritaki, which are not which are not a part of the, which are not needed, but it is given out of compassion of Parashakti on Swamiji, that he is providing everything to anyone who comes in. Immunity boosters, supplements, everything is being given to the people. You can see this Navapashan Linga that we were discussing about is one of the ways Devi Parashakti has mentioned the people will be saved in the coming times. This Navapashan Linga was created much ahead, almost in 2012 itself.
Not 2012, actually 12 years from 2021, so almost somewhere around 2009.
So this was established. This is a 21 feet long, 21 feet high Shivlinga, which is created with Navapashan, 9 herbs, which are, if taken singly, they are like poison. But in a special mix, in a special combination, they become such herb which gives immunity to anyone who baths under the water of this Shivlingam.
It's a very special herbal alchemy process as per the ancient Hindu sciences.
Which is actually the last Siddha who knew this science. Before dying, he gave this knowledge to Swamiji, and Swamiji has himself, you can see in the picture, Swamiji has by his own hands working to create this whole alchemic process. And this whole Navapashan Linga was created under the direct micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see Swamiji doing the Abhishekam to this lingam. And you can see the thousands of small lingas, Shivlingas placed all around the main Anand Sarovar Shivlinga, Ved Sarovar Shivlinga. Also, you can see the whole preparation.
So as we were discussing the 100 tons of groceries which are there in Adi Kailasha, which have been built up over almost a decade of purchase and production in our organic farms, such as in Rajapalyam. And these have been, and this entire facility, what we see in Adi Kailasha, has been created just for such times of crisis. In ancient India, in ancient Hindu nations, we had every single temple with a warehouse for having grains, a food bank, because the entire grains were procured and protected in a decentralized manner. In the case of famine, people were able to survive. This whole infrastructure was destroyed. We see that the free sattvic food being distributed in Adi Kailasha in a very hygienic, sanitized package, where hot food immediately is packed so that there's no question of any wrong infection or any virus being there, because it is hot, it is safe, and it is immediately packed. We see the various services available in Adi Kailasha, such as the ICU on wheels, oxygen concentrators, and we see the masks, N95 masks, sanitizers, a huge number of essential
medicines,
Ayurvedic herbs.
it is not only the Siddha and Ayurvedic, also allopathic medicines are given.
So to take care of people, of all kinds of people, from all age groups, whether it
and
be
all
children,
medical needs.
Exactly, whether it be children, adults, or elderly people.
You can see the readiness of the accommodation at Adi Kailasa, so that the people who are ready to save themselves, who want to come and enjoy the facilities of the multi-layer quarantine, they can come and feel at home in Adi Kailasa. Also, the spiritual services, all these things are given completely free of cost to all the people, whoever comes in any of the campuses of the Kailasa ecosystem. The large open sky and the space for the people to have their recreational activities, to enjoy your morning walk, which you may not be having right now because of the fear of COVID pandemic outside. Because if you go out, first of all, it is lockdown, you cannot go out. Even if the lockdown is open and you venture out, there will always be a fear, what if you catch the infection?
And please understand, even the air, the virus, the new variants of the virus have become airborne, and it's not a allegation or a theory anymore. Authorities such as in the United States have openly acknowledged that they delayed in accepting this. Even the WHO has pointed towards this.
You can see the large spaces, all these places, organic farming was being done, and the people enjoying their morning routine.
So these are the people, the first batch of the people who have availed the quarantine facility to protect themselves from this COVID-19 pandemic. We see the herbs being planted and being sourced by specialists who are preparing herbal juices and herbal teas for the benefit of people to increase their immunity in these difficult times. So we saw how the Adi Kailasha has been contributing, how the Kailasha nation has been contributing. We have seen all these things, and especially in terms of COVID, how the Adi Kailasha has been preparing for
we
more
have
than a
seen
decade.
the achievements and recognitions which Swamiji received. We have seen the contribution and its impact, what Kailasa has done. We have seen the preparation and the way Kailasa, the Adi Kailasa campus, is giving to the people who have decided to come inside. So we have seen the whole spectrum of how Swamiji is contributing, how the Kailasa nation and Kailasa organization is contributing, and how the Kailasa, Adi Kailasa ecosystem is contributing towards the humanity, towards Hinduism, and towards the well-being of the mankind. But now we need to bring out a very important fact, that in spite of the fact that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa nation, and Adi Kailasa is so much contributing towards the world, humanity, there are some people, some vested interests who do not want these activities to continue.
And the kind of attacks that they have done so far, let us have a glance over these attacks.
Anti-Hindu militant forces have a long history of executing a massive persecution and genocide against Nityananda Swami Paramhams, His Divine Holiness. Against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Swami, and his devotees. Targeted persecution of minorities of Tamil origin in Karnataka. This is one of the major problems in India, is some of the vested interests in politics. What they are doing is, they are creating this tussle between two different groups in the name of language, in the name of ethnicity, or some way, because the vote bank politics is such that they create distances between the people so that they can make one group of the people as their vote bank. For example, this attack, this fight between the Kannadigas and the Tamilians, the people who speak Tamil language and the people who speak Kannada language. So the people who are living in Karnataka and are from Tamil origin are facing a massive persecution in Karnataka because of the fact that they are using a different language.
Actually, this entire persecution is driven by politics around what we call as linguistic violence. This violence is completely man-made, and it is created for inciting people to identify themselves as separate groups and then encashing these benefits for vote bank politics. Such discrimination was not present in India before, that's around 200 years ago, where in fact this region was a part of a state which included both the present day Tamil Nadu and the present day Karnataka. So the fundamental borders was not even visible. So what we saw, what happened during this, during the past 200 years is that after colonization, the borders of the states was newly carved, and there was a redistribution of the people of different ethnicity. There were political groups who took advantage of this and created a backlash between the two groups so that they could encash votes. Based on this, they developed a hatred propaganda around the distribution of water between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Of course, there are problems and challenges related to the sustainable use of water in the country, but it is another cheap level where vested interest, extremist forces have used this problem as a political wedge for their vested interest and gains. In the past, this dispute over water has been one of the reasons because of which various kinds of violent attacks have been happening in the state of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. It happened on 13 December 1991, and it all in continuing all the date till 14 December 1991. This has affected businesses where more than 15,000 people of Tamil ethnicity were forced to flee from the state. Such targeting of ethnic minorities of Tamil origin continued over the decades and was incited by the hate propaganda created by politically owned New Hindutva media.
So you can see that how the New Hindutva worldview, which targets people from other faiths and other ideologies, is affected